guess if they want to talk to each other, just she doesn't even turn off. So they can hear from everywhere.
Okay, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the second day of hearing 3. We will start today with Discovery Health Pty Ltd. I understand that you've already taken your seat. Thank you very much indeed. I wonder if you could, Dr. Brumberg, if you could just place your name on record and who you represent, and then we can start if you're ready. Very well.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Jonathan Brumberg. I'm the Chief Executive of Discovery Health. If I may, I'd like to introduce the delegation with me, my colleague Emil Stipp, who's the Chief Health Actuary for Discovery, and my colleague Dr. Ayanda Nsaluba is with us as well. Dr. Nsaluba is an executive of the Discovery Group, and he chairs the Board of Directors of Discovery Health. And we thank you for the opportunity to present to the panel this morning.
Will these gentlemen be assisting you in responding to some of the questions?
If necessary, yes. So,
yes.
Yes.
Yes. Perhaps if that is so, I wonder if Dr. Nsaluba would want to come forward and take a seat next to you.
Thank you very much.
Yes, very well. Do you want to proceed, Dr. Brumberg?
Thank you, Chair. If I may have the first slide. I would like to begin by just providing some context to the panel, which is that we have, in this presentation, chosen to focus on some specific issues related mainly to how our business operates in the environment, and to focus specifically on some of the consumer-related issues that have been raised during the past week and a bit of the panel hearings, as well as issues raised in the revised statement of issues. So this is certainly not a comprehensive view. We did make a comprehensive submission, and we are understanding that there will be further opportunities to delve in depth into some of the other issues on the panel's mind. So if I could have the next slide, please. We'd like to use this presentation really to make the following key sets of observations to the panel. Firstly, to talk about the structure of private healthcare funding and where Discovery Health fits into that, and specifically to make the point to you that medical schemes have to maintain a very difficult equilibrium between maintaining affordable contributions, providing rich benefits that their members expect, and maintaining statutory solvency. And that very difficult balance leads to what we call a blame paradox, in which everybody is pointing fingers at these non-for-profit entities and blaming them for not providing what they want. The second observation we'd like to share is about the drivers of medical inflation. We have provided significant evidence of this. I'd like to go over some of that very briefly this morning, but really to make the point that the fundamental driver of the difference between CPI and claims experience as seen by medical schemes is the volume of services consumed by members and the growth in that volume each year. So utilization is the critical issue, and the key driver of that we see in our data is adverse selection against open medical schemes. That is the fundamental driver, and I will share evidence with you of that. We then would like to address the question that has clearly emerged in your hearings, which is the complexity of medical scheme products, and to try and explain why that is the case, and what we do to try and assist the members of our client medical schemes to deal with product complexity. And then I will hopefully be able to address some of your concerns on the role of medical schemes and their administrators in dealing with issues of quality of care in the private sector delivery system. So I will try and whip through these 4 chapter headings. Chair, obviously, if there are questions at any time, I'd be happy to answer them along with my colleagues. So to start with Discovery Health and how we fit into the broader healthcare system and our business model, I think the panel will be aware that Discovery Health is a third-party administrator and managed care organization. We have contracts with 18 clients. Those are medical schemes, and through them with approximately 3.3 million medical scheme members at this point in time. As the panel can see on the screen, these clients fall into 2 types. The first is an open medical scheme, the Discovery Health medical scheme. The Discovery Health medical scheme is presenting tomorrow to your panel. And Discovery Health medical scheme has approximately 2.7 million members today, and it competes in the market with 23 other open medical schemes. Discovery Health also has contracts with 17 so-called restricted medical schemes. These are schemes that are typically limited either to one employer or a selective industry. There are a total of 67 of those that do not compete with each other, but are in the market. And with each of those 18 clients, Discovery Health has fixed fee contracts. We're aware that this has been a question that the panel has focused on. Those contracts are highly detailed, very detailed in the specification of the service levels that Discovery Health is required to provide to each client. They differ between the clients. With 1 or 2 exceptions, all of those contracts contain quite significant penalties should Discovery Health fail to meet the service levels. However, there is no reward or for outperformance for Discovery Health. In other words, the fees are a fixed amount paid per policy per month. And if Discovery Health outperforms on any of the service levels, there is no upside, if you like. And that's not our choice. That's been a clear statement of policy from the regulator, that the regulator does not want to see medical scheme administrators being rewarded for outperformance. So that's the reason for that situation. We do in our submission provide extensive detail on how Discovery Health competes in the market. I do not want to spend too much time on this because we are aware that there'll be another set of hearings on the dynamics of competition. But safe to say that, just to make 2 particular points, in the restricted scheme environment, we compete in a very active way, usually in open or restricted tender competitions for the business of the restricted medical scheme. In the context of our relationship with the Discovery Health medical scheme, we compete, if you like, alongside the scheme in the market for open scheme members. And we are very strongly aligned, as I'll share with you in more detail shortly, with the objectives of the Discovery Health medical scheme, which is strong growth and stability. So we support the Discovery Health medical scheme as a competitor for beneficiaries in the open scheme market. And the mechanisms by which we assist our competitors our scheme clients to compete is product innovation, excellent service to clients of the scheme, and significant investment in effective claims risk and fraud management, as well as efforts to improve quality of care in the healthcare system. I want to dwell for a few minutes on the incentives of Discovery Health in its actions in the market, in its business model, and to make the point to you that, contrary to what I believe the panel has been led to believe by some other submissions and evidence to the panel, it is our very firm view that, certainly in the case of Discovery Health, but we believe with most other administrators, we are extremely strongly aligned with our medical scheme clients. In fact, I would say perfectly aligned in all their objectives, with one exception, and that is in relation to the fees that are paid to us by the medical scheme. So that is the one natural point of tension where one could argue there's a conflict of interest, although I'm not even sure that's the right term. There's a natural tension between the fees that we would like to charge and the fees that the medical scheme trustees are willing to pay. But in every other respect, and I'd like to dwell on the slide for a few minutes, our incentives are perfectly aligned with our medical scheme clients. And when they benefit, we benefit, and vice versa. So if I could take you through these key objectives on the left of the slide. Our first objective in supporting our scheme clients is to reduce healthcare costs faced by scheme clients and the schemes themselves to the fullest extent possible, but without compromising the quality of care that members receive. If we achieve that objective, the impact on our medical scheme clients is they experience lower claims costs and therefore lower premiums. So that is the first alignment of incentives. Our second objective is to improve the quality of health care that scheme members receive. And if we are successful in that, the impact on our scheme clients is that there are fewer adverse incidents and errors. That obviously is of fundamental importance for the quality of life and even the mortality risk for medical scheme members. But it also reduces claims costs by cutting out waste and repeated investigations and additional treatments. Thirdly, our objective is to design with our medical scheme clients suitable benefit plans, to communicate effectively with clients, and to assist the medical schemes by building extensive, cost-effective networks of hospital and doctor providers. If we are successful in those, the impact on schemes is firstly that our scheme clients can be fully compliant with prescribed minimum benefit regulations. Secondly, members can see doctors contracted with the scheme without balance billing or co-payments. And finally, that members are far more satisfied with their benefits and have fewer complaints. And I think this is a moment to make the point to the panel that, contrary to what I think has been you've been led to believe, medical schemes and their administrators have no interest whatsoever in denying claims to medical scheme members. If you put yourself in our shoes, every time a claim is denied, that leads to member calls, to complaints. It creates huge friction in our environment and costs us a lot of money. And so, all other things being equal, our first choice would be to pay everything, because that would make our business simplest and easiest and our customers most satisfied. Of course, we can't pay everything because then the scheme claims would go out of control, as would premiums, and members would then be unhappy in subsequent years. So I think we have no interest, and nor do our scheme clients, in denying claims, other than to ensure that the rules are adhered to and that premiums remain affordable long into the future. Chair, I'm now at point 4 on the left of the slide. Our fourth objective is to provide excellent service, and we deliberately use the word to all stakeholders here. So we have to service clients. We also have to service, tens of thousands of providers, doctors, allied health professionals, hospitals, and so on. And we have to service brokers, so a large number of stakeholders. And if we do that well, then stakeholders are satisfied with service levels, and there are fewer complaints. A fifth objective of ours, and I think this makes us slightly different to our competitors, is a very strong focus right from the very beginning of Discovery Health on making the members of our client schemes healthier and helping them to live healthier lifestyles. We do that in order to assist scheme clients to reduce their health risks. We're aware that if they do that, claims are lower, premiums are lower, and this increases both employer and member loyalty to the medical scheme. And finally, our sixth objective is to keep administration costs competitive and in line with or below consumer price inflation. And the impact of that is a decrease in administration fees in real terms and lower premiums for members. And Chair, if you now focus on the far right of the screen, I want to make the point again that if all of these objectives are met, this benefits both Discovery Health and our scheme clients. And if we look at Discovery Health Medical Scheme, the open scheme in the first instance, if we meet all of these objectives, this makes the Discovery Health Medical Scheme more competitive. It grows. When it grows, it is able to attract on average younger members than its existing client base, which improves its financial stability. And when it grows and is successful, we are successful because our administration fee income grows. And so that reiterates my point that in relation to our relationship with the open medical scheme, Discovery Health Medical Scheme, our incentives are 100% aligned with them, other than for the issue of administration fees. When it comes to restricted schemes, if we are successful with these various objectives, this makes us more competitive in the market for closed schemes. So when we go into competitive tenders, we are able to demonstrate very significant competitive advantage over other administrators, and this has led to our success in winning several contracts to the point where we now have 17 such clients, having started in this business approximately 10 years ago in the restricted scheme business. And again, if we win more contracts, if we're able to retain the business of our existing clients, then our fee revenue increases. And so I do want to emphasize our belief that there is no divergence of interest between administrators and schemes except in relation to the admin fee quantum. Chair, in terms of the business model that we apply, as we noted in our submission, not every administrator has the same business model. Our business model is to provide a fully integrated set of services to our scheme clients. They include both research and development and product design and advice. Where appropriate, a full suite of marketing and distribution services, a full suite of administration and servicing, as well as sophisticated benefit management, managed care, and quality of care interventions. I do want to dwell in this slide for a few minutes. I'm sure you will hear more tomorrow from the Discovery Health Medical Scheme about the governance relationships between Discovery Health, shown in the bottom of the slide, and our medical schemes clients, shown at the top. In each case, there is a fully developed third-party relationship governed by a detailed contract, as I spoke about earlier, that specifies service levels. And we have very intensive and very ordered and structured interactions between Discovery Health, me and my colleagues, and the medical scheme clients. And those interactions occur at a board of trustee level with the governance structures, and they occur at an executive level with the office or offices of each medical scheme. And just to illustrate the point, if I can speak briefly about the Discovery Health Medical Scheme. The Discovery Health Medical Scheme has a very structured governance approach. It has a board of 6 highly qualified trustees with a very wide mix of skills, independently elected, mainly by the members. That board meets at least 8 times a year. It has 10 subcommittees, and me and my colleagues attend the open session of that board at every meeting. That board typically will meet for 10 to 12 hours often, and I and my senior colleagues are in those board meetings for the full open session, and then there's a closed session at each board meeting where the trustees meet without any of Discovery Health or other parties. Similarly, we have participation in most of the subcommittees of the board as and when required. We report to the board on all issues relating to the contract, and I can tell you that we are held accountable in an extremely rigorous way on every level of the services that we provide by the Board of Trustees and its subcommittees. At an executive level, the Discovery Health Medical Scheme has a principal officer and an office of full-time executives who play various different roles. We interact very frequently with them. The principal officer participates in the open sessions of my executive committee in Discovery Health, and his colleagues participate in the open sessions of our various other operating executive committees. So there's a high degree of interaction, all of which governed by a formal third-party relationship. It, I think, provides a very successful business model. Both parties hold each other to account, and we believe that this model, as I hope our submission and this presentation will demonstrate, has led to the very significant success of the Discovery Health Medical Scheme over a period of 16 years, and will continue to do so into the future. Just to give the panel a sense of the scale of our business and the investment that's required to operate a large and successful medical scheme, at the top of the slide just gives you a quick snapshot of the human capital investment in Discovery Health. We have over 4,000 employees, including 1,000 agents taking calls on a daily basis, 500 health professionals, actuaries, and analysts. And this investment is what allows the Discovery Health Medical Scheme and our other scheme clients to manage to provide premiums that are affordable on an ongoing basis, to manage claims risk, to manage fraud, to design very sophisticated procurement contracts, to provide countervailing market pressure to the very strong forces on the other side, on the provider side of the market. But it does require this level of investment in order to truly provide a balanced market. And hopefully we will have an opportunity to talk more about that in subsequent hearings. We also have, in fact, about 500 system engineers, 360 are full-time, the balance are contractors who maintain our systems on an ongoing basis. And the bottom of the slide gives you just a snapshot of the volume of transactions that we handle for our scheme clients. This is on a daily basis. 35,000 phone calls. Those tend to cost approximately 47 Rand per call. So there's very significant cost and transaction costs. Medical scheme business is highly transactional. The bottom row of the slide, Chair, gives you some sense of the disease burden, which also drives transaction costs as well in our environment. I want to dwell for a few minutes on the question of administration fees, so-called non-health expenditure. I know that's been a focus for the panel. If I can draw your attention to the pie chart on the left, I think it's important to point out to the panel that of the premiums paid by members, 87% go directly on claims or into the reserves of the medical scheme, and the balance of 13% meet the costs of running the scheme. Approximately 2.5% of those go towards brokers and some of the costs of the scheme office and the trustees. And the admin and managed care fees are currently 10.4% in the case of Discovery Health Medical Scheme. There'll be 10.3% this year, and by 2018, by agreement with the trustees, they will be at 9.7%. So they are dropping in real terms, and they are reducing as a proportion of contribution income. The reason for this is negotiation with the trustees over the many years, in which the trustees have successfully, in 3-year cycles, insisted on seeing incremental benefit from economies of scale as the medical scheme has grown. And we have agreed to that, and the effect of that is that our administration fees are now increasing by approximately 1% below consumer price inflation on an annual basis, notwithstanding the fact that our costs increase at approximately CPI plus 2, mainly because most of our costs are people costs, and a very high proportion of those are variable because of the transactional environment. So we are comfortable with this position, but I think it's important to make the point that in this environment, a very significant element of administration fees are deflationary. This shows the relationship between administration fees and the other claims in the Discovery Health Medical Scheme based to 2008, indexed to 2008 at 0. You can see that claims over that period in Discovery Health Medical Scheme have increased by 70% above CPI over 7 years. Administration fees are 4.2% below CPI over the same period. And so I think it is accurate to state that in the Discovery Health Medical Scheme environment, administration fees charged by Discovery Health are the only element that is deflationary. I also want to make the point to the panel that we believe that the term non-health expenditure is not accurate when applied only to administrators. Every element of the healthcare system, including every doctor's office, every physiotherapist's office, and every hospital corporation, has administrative costs in order to run their businesses. And so I think if one is going to talk about non-health expenditure, it shouldn't be applied only to administrators, because actually there's a significant element of administration in every element of the healthcare system, and for that matter, in every element of the economy. And we believe that this kind of cost is an essential element of organizing any system, including a healthcare system. Chair, I want to move on to the point that I made in the summary about the very difficult position that medical schemes find themselves in our healthcare system. As the panel knows well, medical schemes are not for profit by law, and they are required to maintain this equilibrium between these three often zero-sum competing dynamics. On the one hand, significant benefits for members. On the other, maintaining contributions as affordable, and at the same time ensuring that they maintain the statutory solvency levels of 25% of annual premiums. And I think the panel will understand that expanding benefits will have a cost of higher contributions or will come out of reserves. And we then see that the Board of Trustees of each scheme and the scheme themselves find themselves in what we call a blame paradox. The regulator has very clear, and the legislation has very clear requirements of the trustees and the medical scheme. And those are stated on the screen. I won't repeat them in the interest of time, but they are onerous and very effectively policed by the regulator. At the same time, healthcare providers, and you've heard from several of them, have significant demands of medical schemes. They want complete freedom to make clinical decisions without interference. They want immediate access and use of the latest technologies, regardless of cost. They also want high remuneration or a fair return on capital invested, and they would like as little administrative burden as possible. At the same time, you have members who want rich benefits and low premiums. They want simple products. They want no restrictions on any access to providers or medication or technologies. They want freedom to choose providers. They prefer no co-payments, and obviously they want and deserve excellent service. But I hope the panel will understand that it is impossible at the same time for a medical scheme to solve for all of those demands. It is literally impossible. And that leads to the natural situation, which I believe the panel has seen in abundance in the last 10 days of everybody in the environment pointing fingers at medical schemes and blaming the scheme for not meeting their needs. You've heard from providers doing that. You've heard from members doing that. I think it's important, and we would hope, humbly to persuade you to understand the role of medical schemes, which is to continue to provide affordable benefits to members, and in so doing, they simply cannot meet all the demands of all the stakeholders. And I think it's been, to be honest, painful for us and for our medical scheme clients reading the media reports of the proceedings of the past 2 weeks to, in a sense, see the very bad press and the bad rap, if you like, that has been given to medical schemes, which we believe comes from a misunderstanding on the part of stakeholders that these schemes are simply not able to meet all of these demands. It is simply just an impossibility for them to do so. Chair, with your indulgence, I'd like to then move off onto the second topic, which is to spend a few minutes on the drivers of medical inflation. This is probably the foundational issue on which this inquiry was established. We did provide significant submissions to this effect, and we hope extensive data to support our submission. But I would like to share with you some very critical observations, at least what our data shows on the drivers of medical inflation. And this is data from the Discovery Health Medical Scheme for the past 7 years. And what this slide shows, Chair, is if you start on the left, it shows that the average consumer price inflation for the past 7 years per year has been 6.3%. If I can then ask you to cast your eye to the far right of the screen, you see then that claims inflation, as experienced by the Discovery Health Medical Scheme per annum over these 7 years, has been 11.4%. And I believe that the fundamental question that the panel is asking and the inquiry is asking is what is driving the differential between CPI of 6.3 and claims of 11.4? Because if we could solve that problem, I think we could solve the problem of why medical schemes premiums are rising at faster than inflation, which is the critical problem. And our data speaks very loudly and very clearly and very unequivocally on this matter. And this is illustrated on the screen. What this shows, if I can ask you to focus on tariffs, the second from the left, this shows that in our environment, tariffs, and that is the prices which we contract with hospitals and doctors and others to pay. The prices have been tracking CPI very closely. They've deviated above CPI by 0.5% per annum on average for the past 7 years. And if we could have removed that gap completely, in other words, for example, imagine 7 years ago a price regulator that said provider tariffs will go up only by CPI for the next 7 years, then medical scheme premiums in our environment would have been 2.8% lower than they are today. So I hope that this makes the point to you that price inflation is not the problem, at least as we see it in the medical scheme environment. Price inflation is not the problem. I'm not here addressing the absolute level of prices. I think that is an important question, and we'd certainly be happy to discuss that with you. But price inflation is not the problem. On the other hand, what is the problem is shown in the middle two columns of the slide, which is utilization. By utilization, we mean the volume of services consumed by the average medical scheme member and how that increases from year to year. And what this shows you is that in our environment, utilization is increasing by 4.6% every year. In fact, currently, this data relates to 2015. We believe that looking forward, utilization is moving more into the range of 5 to 5.5% per annum. That's driven by two factors, demand side and supply side factors. I will provide data on this. But just to make the point broadly that if we look at at the differential between CPI and claims inflation, tariffs account for 10% of that differential, and utilization accounts for 90%. And of that 90%, approximately 60% is demand side, and 30% is supply side. And I will try and provide a little bit more detail on what drives that in the next few slides. Just to reiterate my point about the impact of utilization, however, if we could rewind the clock and stop the utilization at the level it was in 2007, premiums today would be 27% lower than they are. And I hope that illustrates the point that it is utilization that is the key driver. Chair, 5 of the submissions that were submitted to you by other parties in the healthcare system came up with essentially exactly the same observations as us. And you see there one major administrator med scheme, 2 of the major hospital groups, and an independent economics consulting firm. The numbers differ slightly. I think that relates to the timing, to which years were used. But as far as we could see, there was no dissenting evidence submitted to you about the fundamental driver of inflation mainly being utilization as opposed to tariff. And I think that that's a very important point to emphasize. I now want to turn the panel's attention to the drivers of utilization. I made the point that more than 2/3 in our view is demand side, and our fundamental view is that this is driven mainly by anti-selection or adverse selection against open medical schemes. And I'd like to share a little bit of data with you on this. This first slide shows you in the shaded curve the age distribution of the overall South African population, and in the red curve, the age distribution of the medical scheme population. And I think it makes the very obvious point, if you look first at that valley around the ages of 20 to 30, that young people either opt out or stay out of medical schemes at a point in time when their contributions are most needed. It is those people in late teen years into late 20s where the surplus generated by schemes is highest. But you can see very clearly that people they drop out of their medical scheme as soon as their parents no longer pay their premiums. And then when they're planning a family, they join again. So they join just as they're planning to claim more than they contribute. And the loss of surplus from that group, as well as if I can ask you to turn a little further to the right, you'll see that there's a disproportionate membership of schemes in older age groups relative to the population. So you see the red line above the gold curve all the way to the right. And the combination of those 2 elements of anti-selection has been independently evaluated by Lighthouse Actuarial Consulting to account for approximately 23% of total contributions to schemes today, open schemes. In other words, if today you could wave a magic wand and get rid of that anti-selection, and the age distribution of the scheme was the same as the population, medical scheme contributions could be almost 1/4 less than they are today.
Dr. Bromberg,
and that, yes.
It doesn't explain the growth, is it? It's the absolute height.
Sorry, I don't understand the question exactly.
This has been happening, I think, since 2000.
Yes.
Isn't it? So it doesn't explain the growth in premium rises.
Well, I think it has been happening since 2000. You're correct, but it is happening at increasing rates, and we see this in every single year. The pattern of selection incrementally becoming worse. I think there are a number of reasons for that. The first is certainly since 2009. We've been in a very tough economic environment, and pressure on households has become harder. It is also the case that as medical scheme contributions have increased relative to wages and salaries, the choice of joining a medical scheme has become more difficult, and that has exaggerated anti-selection. I would say thirdly that selection not only occurs against medical schemes, as you see in this slide, but it occurs within medical schemes. In other words, that people buy up to higher plans when they become sick, and they tend each year now to join lower and lower plans when they first join, and then to buy up later. So there's an aggravating pattern of adverse selection that we see in the environment. A little bit more evidence from the discovery of medical scheme of adverse selection. Over the 7-year period, a 7% aging of the medical scheme. I will make the point a little bit later about this. A 60% increase in the ratio of chronic members. These are members who are registered for at least one chronic condition and are claiming for medication and treatment. And I think very important for the panel, a 21% reduction over the period in people who never claim from the scheme's risk pool. These are people who never claim are fundamental to the scheme generating surplus and becoming sustainable and staying sustainable, because I think the panel understands that those who do claim tend to claim many multiples of their premiums. And so you need a significant proportion who never claim. Let me emphasize that these numbers look high because this is from the risk pool only. If we look at the equivalent data for including the savings account element, 28% of people never claimed at all back in 2007. And that's reduced to 20%, or just shy of 21% in 2015. And this, again, illustrates the fundamental cost pressure in the environment. If I can share just one further bit of data with you on anti-selection. If you take the case of two very serious conditions, multiple sclerosis on the left and rheumatoid arthritis and related conditions on the right, I think the panel would accept that one should expect, particularly in a very large medical scheme of 2.7 million people, that the distribution of those conditions across the duration by which members have belonged to the scheme should be randomly distributed. So the x-axis on the slide shows the number of years that the member has been on the scheme. And what you see here is that for multiple sclerosis, a disproportionate percentage of the claimants are claiming in their first year. And you see the same for rheumatoid arthritis. And I could show you the slide for 10 high-cost conditions, and you'll see the same pattern. And you can see on the slide that multiple sclerosis costs 120,000 Rand per patient. The average family will pay approximately 35,000 Rand per year in premium. And so we know that what is happening is when somebody's not on a medical scheme and are diagnosed with multiple sclerosis, their doctor is saying, do whatever you can to join a medical scheme. Do whatever you can. The same with rheumatoid arthritis. We also happen to know, and the doctors tell us this, that because the benefits on the Discovery Health medical scheme are known to be significantly richer than most other schemes, doctors are also saying to their clients, their patients, join Discovery Health medical scheme. And the neurologists will tell you that the vast majority of patients with MS are on the Discovery Health medical scheme, the same with rheumatoid arthritis, and the same with many other rare conditions. So those who argue that open medical schemes are able to risk select, I think are not understanding the true dynamics in the environment. The fundamental dynamic in the open scheme environment is anti-selection. And the fundamental problem with incomplete regulation is not that schemes can indulge in risk selection. In fact, they are bearing a huge amount of adverse selection. That is the fundamental problem that we'd like to persuade the panel of. However, I must also make the point to the panel that it is not only demand-side issues that are driving inflation and utilization. I did make the point that we think something like 30% is supply-side driven. One of the fundamental drivers that we are seeing quite recently, and that, to be honest, is of great concern to us, is the impact of new private hospitals opening up recently. For many years, there was an effective moratorium on new hospital licenses, both at the National Department of Health and at the provincial departments of health. For reasons we're not entirely clear on, those restrictions seem to have been lifted in the last few years, and large numbers of new hospital licenses are being issued, and new hospitals are opening up. And if I can draw the panel's attention to just a few examples, in 1 year, I believe it was 2 years ago, I'm not exactly certain of the date, there were 4 new hospitals opened in the Western Cape, and we saw an immediate 3.4% increase in the admission rate. That may not sound like a lot to the panel, but the underlying hospital admission rate in the Discovery Health Medical Scheme, and as far as we know across the board, is around 24%. That means on average 1 in 4 members is admitted to hospital every year. Of course, it's not 1 in 4 because many members are admitted repeatedly. But an increase of 3% in 1 year is a dramatic increase in the cost pressures on the medical scheme. And similarly, we see the same when there was a new hospital in Gauteng and a big jump in the KwaZulu-Natal province from 1 new hospital. This is a very clear example of supply-induced demand, because our data shows that when new hospitals open in one particular geographic area, often close to existing hospitals, the water level of admissions just rises in total. There is not a compensating decrease in admissions to the existing incumbents. You get a new hospital and the total level of admissions seems to go up. And I think what that suggests to you is that the level of demand is, in some senses, flexible. It's not fixed based on the disease burden in the population, and it's flexible and is able to be induced by suppliers. And I think the panel has heard some other evidence to that effect. There are some other aspects of the supply side that the panel is aware of. South Africa, like the rest of the world, is the beneficiary on the one hand, but also suffers the impact of a very fast rate of innovation and market entry of new medical technology. We show on this slide just 2 drugs that are now on the South African market. That cost in excess of R1 million per treatment course for patients. So Sovaldi for hepatitis C, and Yervoy is a new drug for the treatment of advanced melanoma, between 1 and 2 million rand per treatment. That's for the course of treatment. The panel may not know that with this treatment for melanoma, it only works in 1 in 4 patients, and one can't know in advance which patients it will advance. So one is forced to fund and treat 4 patients for every success at this cost. I want to emphasize our view, which is that these new drugs are often of dramatic benefit to patients. So Sovaldi is curative for hepatitis C, and that's a huge advance over existing medications some years back. But the problem is these come at extremely high cost. And our members, our clients, the medical schemes, and their members, the beneficiaries, and the doctors treating those members, expect their medical scheme to fund these costs as soon as they arrive on the market. And if I can show you just the impact on the right of the slide, if we look back 7 years, we define claimants of high-cost claimants as those claiming over 500,000 rand per annum. Back in 2008, there were 13. That has increased, as you can see, multiples to 69 in 2014. And the average cost of those claimants last year was 1.7 million rand. I think 300 times higher than the average cost of an ordinary claimant in the medical scheme environment. So, Chair, I think just to repeat the point, we really do hope the panel accepts the evidence. We think it's incontrovertible that the fundamental driver of high inflation relative to CPI in claims is utilization. and we think it's incontrovertible that the driver of high utilization is mainly adverse selection against medical schemes. I haven't mentioned, but I must mention, in addition to adverse selection, we do see a rising burden, a disease burden in the underlying population. I think it's common cause that there's a growing prevalence of chronic disease. We certainly see that in our environment. And that burden adds to the situation.
On what basis are you suggesting that what you are presenting to us is incontrovertible? We've not heard the others. We still have to hear what the hospitals are saying.
Certainly, Chair.
So, I just want to know, on what conceivable basis are you suggesting that at this stage we must accept, based on what you have just told us, that everything that you've said is incontrovertible?
Chair, I certainly didn't say everything that I've said. I meant to only make that comment in relation to utilization as a critical driver of claims inflation. And I think with the greatest of respect to the panel, our view is that the data speaks for itself. Everything we see clearly suggests that it is utilization. We believe that particular fact is incontrovertible. I by no means intended to communicate that everything I've said is incontrovertible. I think most other things I've said I would regard as debatable and subject to opinion. But the particular evidence, and as I noted earlier in the presentation, several other major stakeholders have submitted evidence that confirms this point. So including two of the major hospital groups, Chair. Chair, I would like to now turn to the issue of product complexity and communication with members. We were very aware of the points made by members of schemes to your panel and of your panel's concerns communicated in your questions, that medical scheme products are highly complex and that members were somewhat confused and faced difficulty in their choice of medical schemes. We also noted, I think, some questions that seem to allude to the fact that perhaps this is deliberate on the part of medical schemes, and I think, or their administrators. And I think I'm not mistaken, the revised statement of issues raises the question of, do schemes and administrators deliberately create product complexity in order to somehow improve their business? And I want to emphasize as strongly as possible that nothing could be further from our aim or objective. Product complexity, in our view, arises from two fundamental situations. The first is that scheme members vary very widely in their preferences and needs and the available income that they have for medical scheme cover. I think that's very important. The second, which I'll touch on briefly, is the prescribed minimum benefit regulations. And the combination of those two lead to the necessity of complex products if member needs are to be served. So if I could illustrate this on this slide, what we show on this slide is that, in our view, member needs differ across three main dimensions. The first is some members are very healthy, other members are very ill, and most members fall somewhere on the spectrum, and that the sick tend to require very rich benefits. The healthy may be happy to live with more restricted benefits. Secondly, members vary very widely in disposable income available for premiums. And thirdly, members vary in their preferences over whether they want complete freedom of choice in choosing hospitals and doctors, or whether they're willing to live with more restricted networks of providers. And perhaps I can illustrate this just with showing you a few typical members in the Discovery Health medical scheme environment. This archetypal member is sick, is of relatively high income, and we would find that a member like that would opt for one of the Discovery Health medical scheme plans such as the executive or comprehensive plan, which have very rich benefits, complete freedom of choice about where the member goes. And that member can afford such a plan. On the other hand, you could have a member who is sick, for example, has a severe chronic condition or more than one, or cancer, but is a very low-income member. That member cannot afford the executive or comprehensive plans in the Discover Health Medical Scheme, but in the Key Care set of plans can actually achieve very comprehensive benefits, but at the cost of restricted networks. So the Key Care plans would have a very restricted network of hospitals, as well as contracted networks of GPs and specialists. And in the middle is a healthy member who is a middle-income member, and this is a person who wants freedom of choice. They could opt in the middle of the plan range for what the DHMS labels as a saver plan, which has rich hospital benefits and limited day-to-day benefits. And just to make the point to the panel that unless an open medical scheme provides a very wide spectrum of such choices, it is impossible to cater to the needs of all of these members. In the case of Discovery Health Medical Scheme, there are over 20,000 employer groups, ranging in size from 3 to over 10,000, who have their employees on the medical scheme. Those employer groups want to be able to cover the needs of blue-collar workers all the way to their executives. And an open medical scheme must offer this kind of choice if it is to be competitive in the market. You've heard significant evidence on prescribed minimum benefits. I do believe the panel appreciates at this point that these are highly complex. They're complex for all stakeholders. They're complex for members, certainly. They're also complex for doctors and other providers, and they are complex for schemes and their administrators. And this flow chart, this algorithm chart, gives you some sense of the kind of decision-making that is required by all stakeholders. I do want to emphasize here, because I think that the panel has been led to believe otherwise by some submissions, certainly that in our environment, the Discovery Health Medical Scheme and Discovery Health Scheme clients more broadly are fully compliant with every aspect of PMB legislation, including both the spirit and letter of the law and the PMB Code of Conduct developed collaboratively between the CMS and the rest of the industry. I think the panel has also been given the impression that schemes and administrators somehow deliberately obfuscate PMBs and try and somehow not pay PMBs and so on. And I want to emphasize that, at least in our environment, we make every effort to pay PMBs fully and in full compliance with the law. I think it's important for the panel to understand the difference between, on the one hand, the chronic diseases, and I know that many submissions have been made to you, and on the other, the so-called DT-PMBs, or Diagnosis Treatment Pairs set of PMBs. The chronic disease list, or the CDL, are 27 chronic conditions. These, Chair, are easy for schemes and administrators to manage, because if you're diagnosed with diabetes or hypertension, that's a long-term condition. There are clearly defined entry criteria and clinical criteria. We have well-defined baskets of care and treatment formularies. And once a member of any of our client schemes is registered for one of those conditions, they are automatically in our claims system flagged and will have their claims paid automatically out of the risk pool, according to their basket of care. And so virtually every one of those claims are paid in full always, and that is really never a problem. The problem, and I think much of what you heard from members in the early hearings, relates to the DT PMBs. And there are 270 of these. These are far more complex. There are often complicated diagnoses at stake. There are comorbidities. A medical scheme receives multiple codes on many of these from multiple sources, and the codes often change. So if I can give you the example of somebody who sees a specialist, for a particular DT-PMB condition or one which may be. They're then admitted to hospital. On the day of admission, the authorization comes in with a code, and very often we will see that code changing during the course of the admission or after discharge as the diagnosis is made clear. And I think if the panel has the impression that administrators and schemes can automatically identify DT-PMBs just from the ICD-10 codes, we would like to suggest that is simply impossible. Because these codes change, and because often one needs additional information beyond the ICD-10 code. There may be procedure coding, there may be diagnostic information, pathology or radiology results that are required. That'll change an ICD-10 code from a non-PMB to a PMB. It is simply impossible ex ante to automatically recognize the DT-PMB as a PMB. Bear in mind that approximately 93% of claims come into the Discovery Health environment electronically. They are automatically adjudicated based on claims algorithms and paid within hours. And that's for the benefit of all stakeholders, including members and providers. And so those would then be processed as the claim system says. This problem of recognizing DT-PMBs automatically was clearly acknowledged by the CMS in the PMB Code of Conduct. And it's there in black and white that schemes and administrators cannot be recognized to pay out-of-hospital claims for DT-PMBs automatically. I will give you examples of where I think they can be paid automatically. If a patient has an organ transplant, the condition is a DT-PMB. We know after you've had a kidney transplant that you are forever going to require a basket of care, and you will then be flagged in our system as entitled to that basket of care. And then you are treated very much as if you had a chronic condition. But if you have a DT-PMB like otitis media that develops complications, we will not know that until certain additional information has been obtained. And when that is obtained, our environment will process that claim and pay it from the risk pool. I think it's also important to point to the panel this information at the bottom of the slide, which is our data shows that 91% of identified PMBs and potential PMBs are paid in full from the risk benefits of the scheme. What about the 9% that are not paid? Those would be a combination of the following factors. Firstly, a significant number of members voluntarily opt to use non-designated service providers for their PMB treatments, and they then incur a co-payment voluntarily. And that accounts for some of that 9%. Secondly, a very significant proportion of the 9 are potential PMB claims, either that are never proven they do not work out as PMBs at the end of the day because either a diagnosis is not made or information is not provided to the scheme. So our view is that although no doubt there are certain members who are not getting all of their DT-PMB claims paid, as soon as we become aware that such a claim is payable, it is paid out by the Discovery Health Medical Scheme or the other closed schemes on our administration platform. Chair, there was clear evidence in the hearings of the past few weeks of concern from the panel about whether schemes provide sufficient information to their members to help them navigate this very complex environment. And I think we would be the first to admit that the private healthcare system is highly complex for its consumers. I think we'd be the first to admit that. I've talked about why there's product complexity. I think as you move into the provider hearings, you will get more evidence about the complexity for ordinary members of navigating the delivery side of the system. We have a highly fragmented delivery system. Every doctor practices in isolation from every other. Information flow is poor between providers. And when members are sick, navigating that system is perhaps even more complex than their healthcare cover product. But we're fully alive to this issue, and we make immense effort, we and our scheme clients, to assist members and brokers at every point in the client journey. And these slides illustrate different points in the journey. I start here with joining a medical scheme. I believe the panel will delve more into the role of brokers later on, and I won't dwell on that, save to say that 97% of members who join the Discovery Health Medical Scheme join through a broker. It is the job of brokers, and they are paid for it, to advise clients on the best scheme and the best option within schemes. And our job is to support those brokers to our best ability with extensive information, which we do. We provide a large amount of written material, online material, and training for brokers. We also provide extensive information directly to members, electronically and in hard copy at the time that they join the medical scheme. What we provide is listed on the screen. I won't read it, but we do provide an extensive amount of information at the point of joining. When a member then needs to access the healthcare system, we do our very best to provide extensive information as well. So when a member calls us to ask for hospital authorization, before they even talk to one of our agents, we have a voice message which reminds them about PMBs and their entitlements. We have tools on our website which allow members to search for contracted hospitals and doctors that are fully covered in terms of their benefits and PMBs. I also want to emphasize to the panel that when a member is admitted to hospital in an emergency, they have full cover regardless of where they go, whether it's to a designated service provider or not. And they are covered in full. When we are then in contact, if, for example, we become aware that a member of a restricted plan has been admitted to a non-network hospital after a motor vehicle accident, our case managers monitor that day by day. As soon as we're comfortable and the doctors treating the patient are comfortable that the patient is stable, we make a call to the family to say, are you aware that the patient is being treated by non-designated service providers in a non-network hospital? You were covered in full until you were stable. You now have a choice of whether you want to stay in that hospital, but there will be co-payments from tomorrow, or we can arrange for your transfer to a network hospital. So we have a team that makes those calls to families to alert the patient while they're in hospital. When the hospital admission is authorized, the agent also provides extensive information, and we provide a detailed email confirming the authorization, which has full detail on PMBs and a detailed PMB guide that goes with it. We also send a procedure guide which explains to the members the procedure that they will be undergoing and the risks and the benefits and what to expect from complications, etc. This is developed with the Royal College of Physicians and Surgeons in the United Kingdom, and we've customized those for South Africa. So again, a lot of information at the point of access in the system. I do want to emphasize to the panel, and I think this will make sense to you as it does to us, that unfortunately with health insurance, and perhaps this is true with any kind of insurance, people tend not to focus on the detail of their product until the moment that they need to claim. And healthcare, I think the problem is even more serious, because often at the point of an admission or an accident or even a planned procedure, people become anxious and there's a lot of emotion. And that's often very late in the day to be explaining to somebody about PMBs and all of this. But the difficulty we face and brokers face and the whole environment faces is that it is really difficult to get ordinary consumers who've got many other worries on their mind every day to focus on these details, you know, when they're not thinking that they or anyone in their family is going to be using the healthcare system anytime soon, particularly for something very serious.
Hopefully, at some point, you will provide an explanation as to precisely why is that so? Why is it that consumers don't seem to know what they are entitled to under a particular cover, and only discover that when they get to hospital or to a service provider and they are told, you're not covered. Who is to blame for that? Why is it that there is no attention? I know what the problem may be in relation to other insurance, but in the context of the medical scheme, why is that so? Is there overemphasis on getting a person to join and an omission to give the person the sort of detail that a person requires to make an informed decision as to whether or not to join that particular scheme? I think at some point, if you could deal with that. Not now, but at some point.
Thank you, Chair. I certainly will try to do that. The third point in a journey for a member is the point of claiming. So they've had a treatment and there's now a claim. And again, here we make intensive efforts to assist the member with all aspects of their claim. Several times a week, we dispatch claims notifications and statements to members. We indicate to them that their claim's been received and that it's been paid. We explain on that statement what's been paid, how and why. We provide them details on how much of their day-to-day benefits or various limits have been utilized. And we often provide messages on how to avoid co-payments. So, for example, if a member is in a pharmacy and uses a medicine that is not covered in full by their benefit plan, we will send a message to them suggesting how they could avoid co-payments the next time. And similarly with use of doctors and so on. We have extensive digital tools, an application for members on smartphones that provides full detail on claims submitted, on how claims were paid, reasons for short payments or non-payments, and a very detailed website that is used more than 1 million times a month by our members that provides full detail, including videos on how to claim for different conditions, on how claims are paid, etc., etc. We also have generic information available for all members and for brokers, and we invest very heavily. A very significant element of our costs go on communication. And Mr. Chair, perhaps this is a brief moment to try and respond to your very important question. And to be honest, I'm not sure I can answer very accurately whose fault it is. I can tell you that from our point of view, we understand the complexity of the product and we understand how difficult it is for an ordinary consumer to understand. We do, I believe, the best we can, which is provide as much information as we can in plain English through as many channels as we can to brokers, to employers, and to members. I do think one of the problems is just a very simple human problem, which is that people are busy, the products are complex, therefore the information, even though we try and make it simple, a plan guide, which will be several pages long, is sort of more information than the average busy parent or worker wants to read if they have no plan in future of using the health system, at least that they're aware of. And so I'm conscious of not answering your question very well, but I do believe that this is a global problem. I do not believe information asymmetry in healthcare and consumers being poorly informed is a South African private healthcare problem. It is truly a global problem. And I think stakeholders on every side of the healthcare system struggle dramatically with this issue, in trying to inform members in simple ways long before they need the healthcare system. And as you imply, Chair, that should be done even before they make the purchase decision. And we do hope and we believe that brokers, if they're doing their job properly, should be providing that advice. But also once the decision has been made, that there's also a number of important information elements to communicate about how the member gets the most out of the benefits that they're paying so much for.
I suppose the question really is, if the schemes accept that this is a global problem, and they also accept that it is a problem that has been in existence for many years, and you accept that. I think the question really is, what mechanisms, if any, have the schemes, the administrators, put in place in order to address the problem? I mean, what assurance, for example, do administrators have that the brokers do their job properly, given the potential incentive on the part of the brokers to make sure that they get as many people to sign up as possible? The other question, you don't have to answer these questions now, but I think at some point, if you would care to deal with them. What poses a problem is, why do you repeatedly make the point about the complexity of the products offered by the schemes? I mean, what's complicated about a person getting sick, knowing where to go to get the treatment? If it is complex, what steps, if any, do schemes take to ensure that they simplify these matters in the interest of their membership? Do you get the question?
I do, yeah.
Yes, thank you.
Chair, perhaps some very brief answers now, and my colleague Emil Stipp would like to add as well. On your question of what assurance do we have that brokers do their job properly, there are some mechanisms available to us. I think the first important point is that brokers are regulated. They have to complete exams and maintain accreditation, and there is a formal regulatory environment, and so that is some assurance to us. Secondly, our medical scheme clients enter into contracts with brokers that specify conduct required by brokers, and certainly whenever we become aware, either the scheme itself or we as the administrator who deals with the brokers, of any infringements of that contract in broker conduct, those contracts are terminated. Beyond that, we deal with more than 4,000 brokers in the medical scheme environment, and I have to be clear that we simply cannot monitor the daily activity of that. So I think our assurance is there through the regulatory environment and our contracts. Beyond that, we believe, I think strongly, that the vast majority of brokers are, prosecute their business diligently and competently, and that they work for the commission income that they earn.
In the light of the acceptance that it remains a problem, on what conceivable basis do you accept that assurance? Because it is one thing to have brokers who are qualified as required by the law, but it is another to make sure that on the ground they do their job. I mean, for example, given the prevalence of the problem, has your company ever taken a moment to conduct a survey amongst its members to find out precisely what causes the problem, so as to put in place measures that would address the problem? Have you done that before?
Yeah, we do, Chair. We do.
Yeah.
Firstly, I think it is important, just as a general matter, to make the point that while we've acknowledged very clearly that products are complex, and I think I've hopefully given some reasons why that is the case, I think it's important to give context to the panel that the vast majority of members of schemes are actually satisfied with their situation. They're having their claims paid within 2 days. The providers are having their claims paid rapidly. We survey a very high proportion of every member interactions with us. So when a member calls or emails or in other ways transacts with us, we send out a survey asking them to rate the service on a scale from 1 to 10. When we get a rating below 6, we call that member and we ask for feedback on what went wrong with the service. We ask them to tell us whether their issue was resolved on the first call or the first email. And for the last decade, the ratings from these are hundreds of thousands of member feedback data points has been 8.9 out of 10. And so I think you are certainly hearing from disgruntled members or members who've had particular problems, which we are the first to acknowledge.
Do not misunderstand what I'm saying. I am raising these questions based on what you've told us about the complexity of your product, about the prevalence of lack of information that consumers have until it's time for the claims. That's what I'm trying to identify.
Understand.
And the focus is not so much on those who are satisfied. The focus should be on those who are not.
Yeah.
Because you're not there to serve those who are satisfied. You want also to address the concerns of those who are not satisfied. So that is really that small percentage that I'm talking about, if you will. And also it's a response to your suggestion that this is a global problem. And all that I'm curious to know is how does one address this problem?
I completely understand your question, and I think that we believe, and we may be wrong, that our obligation is to provide maximum possible information in the simplest and most accessible way through the maximum number of channels, often proactively and reactively. I acknowledge, Chair, that notwithstanding that effort, there is a problem that somehow members don't make maximum use of that information early enough to avoid some of these problems for some. If I can perhaps just take you to a slide about how we deal with problems, and then I would like to ask my colleague to make some additional points. I do think that for the relatively small number of members who do have issues with us, between Discovery Health and our scheme clients, we have a very structured and carefully considered escalation process. So firstly, members are able to approach us through any channel of their choice, calling us, emailing, walking into multiple service centers around the country through the app on their phone or through the website. And we escalate those interactions through a careful process inside Discovery Health. You can see the escalations in that pyramid. I can tell you that if an issue moves right up towards the top, we have very easy access to myself and our executives. I probably get maybe 6 to 10 emails every day from clients personally, which I respond to personally. The trustees are sometimes copied on emails and they respond personally, and I believe the scheme may mention that themselves. I chair what we call an executive case review committee on a weekly basis, which is made up of officers of Discovery Health and our scheme clients, at which we debate in depth complex cases, complex member issues that require interpretation. And we go very carefully through all of those. If after all of that, the member remains dissatisfied, there is a very well-defined dispute resolution process, and I'm giving you the Discovery Health Medical Scheme version here. A complaint form, very simple to contact the principal officer and his office. The scheme has an independent disputes committee that hears several disputes regularly, and then members always have the opportunity to contact the Council for Medical Schemes. So we do believe that there is a very well-structured process. I did want to make the point here that when we look at the numbers of complaints to the CMS in the Discovery Health Medical Scheme environment, there were just somewhere below 800 complaints last year, out of just short of 44 million claims that were processed. So 0.28 per thousand beneficiaries complained. And we're very proud that DHMS, and in fact neither DHMS nor any of our other restricted scheme clients are on the top 10 list of complaints to medical schemes that is published by the Council for Medical Schemes. So we do believe that significant effort on compliance with PMBs, on service and on proactive communication does lead to this relatively low level of complaints. I wouldn't say that we're proud that 800 members had to go to the council. That's very unfortunate. Every one of those 800 are individuals who are feeling hard done by and that they haven't got what they need from the medical scheme, and that's a source of deep concern to us. But it is important to make the point that it is a small minority. Chair, can I ask that my colleague make some additional comments?
Perhaps let me repeat the question because it hasn't been answered. You see, it's accepted that the problem of information that your consumers have is a global problem. Now, if one accepts that, the question really is, how can one what causes that? Why is that so? Why is it that people do not focus on the extent of the coverage at the time of taking the cover, but only tend to focus that once they are in a hospital or they have to lodge a claim?
So I'd like to, Chair, maybe try and address that question. It is a difficult question, but I think it is. If you think about the nature of health insurance, it is very different to life insurance. And so with life insurance, the adjudication is quite simple. It's whether somebody is alive or dead. That determines whether a claim happens. With health insurance, it's very different because at the time of taking out the policy, as a policy member, you have no idea whether you will suffer from cancer in 5 years' time or whether you'll have a dental problem in a year's time, whether you need to go to the GP next month, whether you'll be in a serious car accident. And because the levels of treatment is different for each of those conditions, and your access to the healthcare system is different for each of those conditions, and the rules relating to what is covered in full or not is different for each of those conditions, there's an awful lot to focus on at the point of sale. Because as a member, maybe if you're completely healthy, you would be thinking, I just want to have the lowest premium. Maybe if your mother had cancer last year, you'd be really concerned about cancer cover. Maybe if you have diabetes at the moment, you'd be very concerned about diabetic cover. But you don't know yet what will happen in 2 or 3 years' time. So that introduces inherent complexity in health insurance that you don't have in other forms of insurance. So the biggest challenge, I think, for a broker when they sit with selling a policy to a person is to try and deal with as many of those issues as they can in however much time they spend with the person, and then to try and make sure that when it comes to the point that that person gets sick, gets cancer in 5 years' time, that they don't come back to the broker and say, but you never told me. So their incentive would be to try and explain as much as they can to the policyholders that they don't get those questions coming back. And our incentive as an administrator would always be to try and explain on behalf of our schemes everything at every point in time when it arises and becomes relevant to people. But one would never get away from that complexity relative to other insurance products. It's easy to tell whether somebody is sick. It's not always easy to know what the right treatment should be. It's not always easy for people who are sick to know where is the right place to access the healthcare system. And we can only assist as far as we can by giving information every step of the way.
Nor is it easy to tell the person at the time whether or not if you get sick you would be covered. Is that what you're saying?
It is easier, but it's not a completely black and white thing, because what it does depend on sometimes. For instance, if you think of designated service providers in the medical scheme environment. So at the point of having a healthcare episode, there might be multiple providers giving you treatment. Some of them are DSPs, some of them are not on DSP contracts. So we're trying to give that information to people as soon as we become aware that they're consulting with a provider that is not on a DSP. We try and give them information at every point of interaction. It's not always easy to predict beforehand.
But does this bother you?
I think greatly. As Johnny has said, I think it bothers us greatly because it only leads to complaints and confusion if people don't understand what they have.
Okay.
And that is why over the years, as you've seen on these slides, we have tried extensively to use new channels, to use people's mobile phones, to use the call centers, written communication to people, every possible way that we can communicate. We want to communicate because it's bad for the members and it's bad for us. It's bad for our schemes if people don't understand. It just leads to complaints and costs and unhappiness.
Mr. Chair, if I could just add one last point before moving on. You've posed a very hard question for us to answer, which is why globally is it so hard for insurers and other stakeholders in healthcare to create properly informed consumers? I will also try and address the problem a little bit under the quality of care issue that I'm coming to now. But I think an element of the answer, I would venture to suggest, is actually in the way the human mind works. I think we know from behavioral economics today that the human brain is designed to focus on immediate reward and immediate pressures, and to discount future risks very significantly. So I do believe at the point of purchase, the average consumer is thinking mainly of the premium that they're going to have to pay this month. And the average healthy consumer is thinking, I'm not really going to get cancer, and nor is anybody in my family, because their mind is discounting that risk. And I believe that's been well demonstrated in this new field of behavioral economics. And I think that partly goes some way towards explaining this, that people put off focusing on the complexity of what may only be needed at some point in the future, and they focus on the simple issues that will impact on them now, which is mainly tell me what I'm going to pay. Chair, I'll move on to the final section now, which is the issue of quality of care. We're very aware of comments that have been made to the panel. I want to respectfully disagree with my friend and colleague from the BHF, who I believe observed to the panel that there were very significant problems of quality of care in our private healthcare system. Our view, based on at least some of the data we see and anecdotal evidence, is that consumers of private healthcare in South Africa are privileged to enjoy, on balance, overall, a very good quality of care. There are certainly variations, and I'll try and share some evidence with you. But in terms of access and speed of access and the general level of quality, we believe that those who are privileged enough in our society to afford private health care have access to some of the best combination of access and quality of any consumers anywhere in the world. And I think that's an important background point to make. I would like to emphasize to the panel that medical schemes get actually very limited automatic data on quality of care. And this is a critical point to emphasize. The law requires today only the submission of ICD-10 codes. And ICD-10 codes, as the panel knows, simply specify a diagnosis. And a diagnosis tells you nothing about the quality of care provided to the patient with that diagnosis. So to illustrate this concretely, if a patient who's a member of the Discovery Health Medical Scheme is admitted to a hospital as a consequence of a diagnosis of diabetes, the scheme will receive a claim. The claim will specify the diagnostic code of diabetes and possibly some complications. But the scheme and the administrator will get no information on did the patient die, what else happened during the admission, what was their blood sugar level on admission during the stay and at discharge, etc., etc. So we also get very little information on mortality, readmission, and infection rates, or none, in fact. And contrary to the training and the practice in our public sector, where every patient is discharged with a summary by the treating clinician, there is no such practice in our private sector. So a doctor or doctors discharging a patient from hospital does not have to submit a clinical summary to anybody. And we believe this is a critical requirement, and we did comment on that in our submission. Having said all of that, and I'm simply emphasizing the point that by default, neither administrators nor schemes are in possession of anything like the data they would need to manage quality of care. There is none of that. In response to that, over many years, Discovery Health has invested very significantly in resources, in people, and in systems in order to collect some quality of care data. I would like to just discuss some of that very briefly with you. 4 years ago, we launched an application for doctors that we call Health ID. This is currently the only system of this level of sophistication operating in South Africa with member consent, with the consent of the patient. This provides the doctor with a full clinical record of the information available to us on the patient's history. So it has a properly organized claims record. It also brings in pathology results, and that does provide some important information for the doctor. We also provide members with their own health record. We have for over a decade now been collecting member feedback on their experience in hospital. And the slide illustrates that we use a United States-developed survey instrument. It's been modified for the local environment. It surveys members on issues like the care they receive from nurses and from doctors, the environment, the information they were given, and so on. And for many years, we have provided this feedback directly to the hospitals. And earlier this year, we made this information public on our website for the first time. Our intention is to move quite quickly from this member feedback to also include the hard outcome data that we have available to us. So we are able to infer from the data outcomes such as readmission rates, mortality rates, and hospital-acquired infection rates. We believe that this information is critically important for the public to be aware of. At the same time, it's critically important to do this in a highly collaborative way with the hospitals and the doctors. If we do it in a way that's not collaborative, the vital information and collaboration involved in quality improvement is driven underground. And hospitals will then find it more difficult to share this kind of information freely. So I think very important that we invest heavily in trying to extract this information from the environment. We do not get it as a matter of routine. And if I can share with the panel some other data that we monitor and collect. We've been working very hard, initially pioneered by us, but collaboratively now with all the hospital groups and the public sector and some of the other funders, trying to monitor antibiotic utilization and abuse in hospitals and bringing that down. The graph on the left shows the antibiotic usage by individual hospital. in terms of daily doses per 100 bed days, and you see some very big outliers on the left of that graph above the average, and some success shown in the right in bringing down inappropriate use of antibiotics in surgery. This has been a collaborative effort, and we'd like to emphasize that improving quality of care cannot be an effort of policing and of punitive approaches. And globally, I think the evidence is this requires intensive collaboration. Certainly, I think regulations could be promulgated that require providers to provide the environment with more quality data, more quality of care data. This shows the data we've collected on mortality rates from acute heart attacks by individual hospital. And again, I think the panel, I hope, will be comforted by the fact that the average for South Africa is very much in the range of the European Union. Roughly 5 to 7% of patients dying on presentation to hospital with an acute heart attack. But our concern is the wide variations around that mean. And the panel will see that to the right of the graph you have hospitals that are very far above the average. The clinicians on the panel will know that simply observing a simple protocol at the casualty, at the emergency room, can save patients' lives. And this indicates that this is not happening at all hospitals. We have implemented what we call a kidney care program. We were very concerned that there's wide variation in the quality of treatment of dialysis patients. We have a kidney specialist on our staff, and he has designed this program. We have every dialysis unit in the country submitting very detailed outcome data to us. Blood levels of all the relevant parameters for the patients, pathology results, compliance with medication, etc. And what we've seen over a fairly short space of time is a shift in the mortality rate by about 4% and an improvement in the scores of these different units. So I think this is an example of a collaborative approach. It's taken about 7 years to get to the point where we are getting all the information we need from every unit. We are giving them feedback, they're collaborating, and we're seeing a shift in hard outcomes, in this case the most important outcome of all, which is the life of the patient. We also have a coordinated care program. I think the panel is aware that 2% of scheme members on average account for about 30% of total claims. And these 2% of members are typically elderly and very sick. In our very fragmented healthcare system, they are going from pillar to post. They are often discharged from hospital alone in a block of flats with nobody to visit them, socially isolated, and that leads very rapidly to a readmission. And so we have, at our own cost, and with the support of our scheme clients, built an infrastructure of home nurses, care coordinators, who are in touch with these patients, who coordinate between their families, themselves, their GPs and their specialists, who monitor if their health is deteriorating. And the good news here is we have reduced the admission rate by about 50%, and we've improved both quality of care and the cost for our client schemes as a result of this. I want to end, Chair, by just talking very briefly about the focus that we have on what we call value-based care. I think it is very easy in an environment of ever-increasing claims costs to focus only on reducing cost. We're very acutely aware of the importance of focusing on quality. The best way, I think, globally that healthcare systems are understanding how to navigate that is to bring together measurements of cost and quality in some metric of value for patients. And we're aware that globally what this requires is some significant structural change in the healthcare system from where we are today. And perhaps at future hearings there'll be an opportunity to delve into more detail. But as briefly illustrated on the slide, the biggest changes required are firstly to move away from the current highly fragmented delivery system of tens of thousands of providers all working in isolation from each other, much more towards integrated teams. GPs working together, GPs working with allied health practitioners and nurses and with specialists, and all of those doctors and other health professionals better integrated with the hospital system. That's a fundamental issue. Secondly, the health system must measure outcomes and costs much more actively. And thirdly, we have to move away from fee-for-service payments towards what globally is called bundled payments, payments that bring together the entire cost of an episode and also link the quality that's delivered in that episode to the payment for that. If I can then talk a little bit about one example. Me and my colleagues have been working for many years on trying to move the healthcare system in this direction. We'd be very happy to talk today or at a future point about how difficult it is to do this. Ultimately, doctors are individuals. They are extremely busy. There aren't corporate providers around them, and making changes in the environment is long and slow. One example that we've seen, one example of a problem we've seen which typically illustrates the difficulties in our environment is in cardiology. One of the treatments, expensive investigative procedures in cardiology is an angiogram, which is used to evaluate whether a patient's coronary arteries are obstructed. We find that in the South African environment, the rate of angiograms that are coming out normal is well above global levels. In other words, certain numbers of angiograms are being done inappropriately. We've entered into what we believe is a very progressive, very effective agreement with a number of cardiologists on a voluntary basis. We have 41 practices participating thus far. It's a very simple agreement which says, rather than being paid approximately 500 to 700 rand for a consultation, and then facing the financial incentive of earning 6,000 or 7,000 rand for doing an angiogram, we've said to the cardiologist, we will pay upfront the full cost for your management of a patient with suspected ischemic heart disease, as long as you follow an agreed care pathway, which has been developed with the relevant professional society. The care pathway in this case requires that the cardiologist goes through globally accepted evidence-based diagnostic steps before the angiogram. First a stress ECG, then a CAT scan of the coronary arteries. And if after that there is still suspicion of heart disease, of coronary artery disease, then the angiogram should be done. But then our medical scheme client will not pay again to the cardiologist for the angiogram. So this, as I said, has been adopted by 41 practices. It's early days. We've seen a big increase in CAT scans, and actually thus far a very meaningful reduction in angiograms and in initial cost savings. And I think what this tells you is that if the incentives can be changed, so that the incentives don't push doctors to do more in order to earn more, but push doctors and all stakeholders to use evidence-based care pathways, that actually costs can be saved and quality can be improved at the same time. That it does not have to be a zero-sum game. But I don't want to create any illusions for the panel that this is an easy thing to do. This requires we have a team of, I showed earlier, hundreds of health professionals, of whom dozens have to work on projects like this at our cost. And it does not come either easily or naturally. And certainly, I think small administrators and self-administered schemes do not have the resources to invest in this kind of initiative. So, Mr. Chair, I thank you very much for hearing us out, and we'd be happy to answer any further questions that you have.
Yes. Thank you, Dr. Brumbeck. Would it be convenient to take a 15-minute break and then perhaps come back at 10:30, I think, and then we can then put questions to you to clarify certain matters. Would that be convenient?
Oh, absolutely.
Yes?
Yes,
Very
certainly.
well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Can we take a 15 minutes break and be back at 10:30? Yes, are we ready to proceed? Yeah. Before my colleagues put questions to you, there is one matter that I would like to draw to your attention and just have your comment on. And this has to do with data on the quality of the services and other information concerning the national health system. Now, I take it you are familiar, or at least your lawyers will draw your attention to the provisions of the National Health Act. Yeah. Now, Section 74 of that statute make provision for the minister to request or to create, maintain, or adapt databases within the National Health Information System, which and prescribe categories or kinds of data for submission and collection, and the manner and the format in which and by whom that data must be compiled or collated, which data must then be submitted to the national department. Okay. Now then, if you then go to, that's a section 74. Now, if you go to section 90, that section empowers the minister to make regulation. In particular, that's section 90 in brackets 1U, which empower the minister to make regulations regarding the processes and the procedures to be implemented by the Director General in order to obtain prescribed information from stakeholders, information which relates to health financing, pricing of health services, business practices within and involving health establishment, which includes hospitals, health agencies, health workers, and healthcare providers, as well as the format and the extent of publication of various types of information in the public interest. So there is a provision for. You aware of this provision?
Yes, Chair.
Yeah. Do you know whether anything has been done? Are there any regulations, to your knowledge, that deal with this?
Chair, we are aware that there have been one element of draft regulations that suggested a requirement for hospitals to ensure that a discharge summary on patients discharged from private hospitals was submitted to medical schemes. I'm not exactly aware of the status of those regulations. They've not been promulgated, but beyond that, we're not aware of any particular progress that's been made in the context of that legislation and regulations.
And were schemes and administrators invited to comment on those draft regulations, to your knowledge?
I think, as with all draft legislation and regulations, there was a comment period, and we certainly did submit comments. Both Discovery Health and the Discovery Health Medical Scheme submitted comments.
Yeah. Okay, all right. Thank you. Okay, my colleagues are going to engage with you on some of the matters that you have raised with us. Okay. Do you understand?
Thank you, Dr. Bober, for a very informative and rich presentation. Also, the submission was rich. I think I personally could keep you here for another 2 hours and talking through your say. Can't hear me. That's it. I'll talk louder. I won't talk to you for 2 hours. Here short, but I would like to take you back to slide number 3.13. That's on utilization, which is an important slide. I think maybe people can give us back slide number 3.13. in which you explain that, on the average annualized inflation rates, medical inflation rates of 11.4% on average, inflation on medical cost can be explained by CPI, obviously, and then tariffs only to a very small part, and then to utilization growth, both based on demand growth and supply side based growth. Actually, I've got 3 questions on this. Maybe let's start with the demand side utilization. I could be completely wrong on this, but then you'll correct me, I think. But if you look at, you showed us a graph of the demographics, and that's in 315. And you showed us a graph representing how people enter schemes, or your scheme in particular. This is about Discovery Health scheme, isn't it? You see a dip where people opt out and then opt in because they are planning to have babies, and et cetera, and then it goes on. And I think already my question before, and these are very illustrative graphs. I don't like the graphs very much, also the ones that come after that. And of course, that takes place. I think it's almost indisputable that takes place at first selection. But my question was, is if that adverse selection would remain constant over the years, as from 2000 to 2015. So the graph 315 basically stays the same. It wouldn't explain growth anymore, would it? It would explain a absolute level of contribution costs, but not growth in itself. On my question, you said, but anti-selection is actually growing over the years, and you see if the economic conditions get worse, people start to adapt maybe to the system and start to be clever in their anti-selection as well. Can you comment on that? Because I think importantly your message you want to convey to us is that the growth itself stems from adverse selection, not the absolute level.
Thank you. I'll try and respond, Professor van Gent, and hopefully Emile can add to it. I think in our submission, we did show you a changing pattern of this over time, with a shift to the right of several of these curves, showing age and gender distribution and chronic distribution getting worse year by year by year by year. So I do think that if you were to draw this curve, this is a static view. If you were to draw that curve year after, you would see an aggravation of both of those patterns. I think that's the first point to make. The second point to make is that what this curve does not show, but which we clearly see getting worse over time, is selective lapsation. In other words, once a family has joined, there's a higher tendency to stay for sicker people, and conversely, a higher tendency to leave for healthier. Let me illustrate with a simple anecdote which we see very frequently. In our low-income plan, in CTICC, the Discovery Health Medical Scheme's lowest income plan, which has over 400,000 people on it, very frequently young families will join probably shortly ahead of planning a sort of childbirth. And we then see one fairly consistent pattern, which is child is born. If the child is born healthy, quite often the mother and the child will lapse off the scheme and leave only the principal member. If there's been a problem with the child, a chronic problem, some birth defect or cerebral palsy or another serious problem, the child stays on the plan, but the mother leaves. So you get an aggravated pattern of selective withdrawal, which aggravates the adverse selection.
Yes.
The third pattern I must point out is that, as I made the point earlier, within the Discovery Health Medical Scheme, people have, in effect, 21 different options to buy in the medical scheme when they first join. And if we could rewind the clock about 10 years ago, a very high proportion of members at that time were joining the higher plans. There was a tendency to join at the highest possible level you could afford. Today, what we find is that people are optimizing for premium. And we see every year a gradual shift downwards in the point at which people are buying into the scheme, which means the scheme surplus is less than it would have been before when they're healthy. But as I think you're aware, the law allows people on the beginning of every benefit year to buy up if they are sick. And so what you have is people join each year at a lower and lower plan on average. And those who then develop cancer or a severe chronic condition during the year, immediately on 1 January of the subsequent year will buy as high up as they can afford, usually right at the top. And so the combination of adverse selection on joining, selective lapsation, and this pattern of buying in at lower plans, they compound each other, those three patterns, and all of them erode the surplus that schemes are generating on healthy members, and that also drives the premium inflation as well. So you're earning, on average, a lower premium for the same claims pattern of sick people than you were before.
Yes.
I wonder if I can just add to that, just for the sake of clarity. The graph that we showed with the population distribution versus the medical scheme distribution, that is at a point in time. That data was collected in 2013, and it is for the whole industry. It's not only Discovery-specific data. That's just making the point that medical schemes in general have a different distribution. But as Johnny has said, if you look at what happens every year, you can see those gaps growing bigger and bigger within our own environment. That's the data that we have. And the one thing that we have that other players in the industry don't have, for instance, a hospital group, we have data both on the people who claim and the people who don't claim.
Yeah.
A hospital would only see the people who actually go to hospital. So it's very hard for them to make a statement on utilization. They can infer from some of the data, the public data. But for us, we see everything coming to us, both the people who claim and the people who don't claim. And when you look at that over time, every year it changes. Every year there's more chronic members, there's older members on the scheme, and we find that there's a smaller percentage of people who don't claim. And it's those things that add up into the adverse selection effect.
Yeah, I think I understand. If I remember well, in the original submission last year, you showed changes over the years. Now I'm punishing my brains, but I do think that you used the same period of years, isn't it, as from 2007-8 up to now. Are you able to do that for, let's say, as from the beginning of Discovery's existence, to show these patterns year over year?
We've got pretty good data from 2000. Before then, it's much harder to get.
Yes.
But we can look how far back we can go. If I remember correctly, what we put in the submission was from 2002.
Yes. You understand my worry. I want to understand what the demand-driven volume year-over-year growth. Sure. I mean, so there must be a dynamic in, as you explained. That's right. Thank you very much. The second part of the which is interesting is the supply-induced explanation, which still covers 30% of the total explanation in your database. Now, as I understand, doctors are in charge of admitting patients to hospital, not hospitals themselves. Hospitals investing in hospitals, of course, the doctors don't, or only in a very indirect way, maybe hold some shares in a hospital. So these are different players formally. So if there's an overcapacity in one or two areas, it's the hospitals that are at stake, not the doctors. Now, we are aware, of course, of the vertical relationships between doctors and hospitals, and we're interested in these relationships. They have, as you are aware, also been investigated in the UK market investigation a couple of years ago, with some interesting findings there. But my question more is, how do you explain the fact that hospitals invest and are at stake, and doctors admit and discharge and are responsible, in my naive view, on the rate of admissions, which is quite high, South African, compared to European standards, significantly higher than European standards, and the length of stay, which is significantly shorter in South Africa compared to, and these two might be interconnected. Can you go into that?
Thank you. I think very important question, which I'll try and answer. I think there are a number of factors at play here. The first is that most hospitals, private hospitals, operate casualty departments, so emergency rooms. Because of the structure of our regulatory environment, which does not allow hospitals to employ doctors, and this is an issue we think is severely problematic and should be addressed, hospitals are not in a position to employ highly skilled physicians and emergency room doctors in those departments. That gets outsourced to casualty practices. These tend to be GP practices. Some of them are specialized and skilled, many of them are less so. And we find an increasing pattern in which young, recently qualified locum doctors often are doing after-hours work in the casualty. And a very typical pattern is anybody who arrives with anything even vaguely complex, the casualty officer will call a specialist on the telephone. The specialist will typically say, admit them and I'll see them in the morning. So when you simply open a hospital with a casualty department, you're going to open a pipeline of admissions partly because of that pattern. And we do believe there are ways to change that. There needs to be better skills in the emergency room environment, and various other changes that could mean that people could be handled in the emergency room, assessed properly, perhaps a short stay unit for a few hours to stabilize patients. And we're trying to contract with some of the hospital groups to allow for short stay units. There are a number of interventions that could address that one problem. The second factor, Professor, I would suggest is that in some of the new hospitals, doctors are shareholders. They are directly shareholders in those hospitals. Obviously, relatively minor shareholders in relation to the overall capital structure of the hospital, but nonetheless face, therefore, some incentive to increase admissions. The stronger incentive for a doctor to increase admissions is that their own income is significantly influenced by a hospital admission. They are paid if they're doing a procedure, but also obviously for visiting the patient during the hospital stay. And so again, when another hospital opens, there is more opportunity for those kinds of admissions. And the third factor, which I have to qualify because we only have anecdotal evidence of this last factor, and the hospital groups may well want to comment on it more broadly, but we've heard very often anecdotal evidence to the fact that the hospital manager at the local hospital, his or her incentive and payment is linked to volumes. And so there is pressure, either explicit or implicit, on the doctors who are working in a hospital to ensure that there's an adequate volume of admissions. So, I don't want to say more than that. I think it's anecdotal, but I've heard that personally in the many years I've been in the industry, many dozens of times from many different people who've either worked as casualty officers or worked in hospitals or worked for hospitals, that in a way quite naturally, and I'm not suggesting that this is perverse, it's a natural function of the system that if the hospital manager is rewarded for how many patients are in, what the occupancy rate is, his or her natural response will be, well, how do I optimize that? Let me find a way to persuade, encourage, etc., the doctors who have admitting privileges into my hospital to increase the admission rate. So I think it's a combination of those three factors.
Thank you for calling me a professor, Dr. Bloomberg. That teaches my colleague, Professor Van a lesson here. But it's still, I'm still puzzled by the number of admissions in South Africa compared to what we see abroad, because the factors that you allude to more or less would also probably apply to like a manager of a Dutch hospital that is happy to see the occupancy rates in his hospitals to be at the maximum. And what I'm actually and I can see you're a bit reluctant to answer my question here, but what I'm actually looking at is, are there specific relationships between doctors in South Africa and hospitals in South Africa that could partly explain this to your appreciation?
Thanks. I think firstly, if I could make one possibly methodological comment on the admission rate, and this is worth checking up, which is that we're using standard and consistent definitions of an admission. I know that in the South African context and in our data, day surgeries and same-day procedures are counted in the broad base of hospital admissions, and I wonder whether, and in the admission rate. And I wonder whether that is also true when one is comparing those globally and to the OECD and others, whether one's not distinguishing between same-day surgery admissions and a normal hospital admission. And that, I think, is a significant factor driving the low admission rate here. We've certainly, in our environment, been trying to shift more and more admissions towards same-day surgery. It is cheaper, it's often safer for patients. And so that rate has been going up, and I wonder, that's just a methodological point.
One of the suggestions I remember noting in my book is that the structure of the PMB, the PMB structure actually is responsible in part for that as well, because inpatient care is being paid for more often than outpatient.
There is no doubt that that's the case. We are increasingly concerned about that. We do not believe, notwithstanding the fact that for the patient who does not have outpatient benefits because they've bought a hospital plan only, yes, or they've bought a very limited day-to-day benefit plan, we do not believe it's appropriate, yes, for a doctor, in a sense, to assist the patient, in inverted commas, to get benefits that should be paid out of hospital, in hospital. That admission will immediately cost on average 30 to 40,000 rand. And that's extremely costly for the medical scheme. I do think that is an issue. Doctor, I'm not at all reluctant to answer your question. I think, as I said, I believe there are relationships between hospitals and doctors that have financial elements to it. Our concern is we only have anecdotal evidence. We have no hard data on that. We've tried to limit every comment we've made in our submission and today to data, to observations for which there's hard data. I do think this is probably a question that the hospital groups themselves will be much better positioned to answer.
We'll certainly ask them. I have two more topics to cover with you. The same 3.13 shows us the prices that are the price element in the inflation rate. So the over and above CPI, 0.5% tariff increases are responsible for the, and in percentage points, it's 10% of the explanation is on tariffs. And then you said, sort of casually, I'm not commenting here now about the absolute level of tariffs in hospitals. Can we go into that for a while? You have probably seen the OECD study that was done for us. It carried some interesting elements, but one of the elements was that apparently South African medical care, hospital care, is amongst the highest if you compare it to an expectation to the income, the average income level in South Africa. I'm not really sure whether that was the right comparator, but they are, I think, understood to be quite high in absolute terms. What is your position on this, first of all? And you must have done your own research on this as well. And how are you positioned? You're the strongest, I think, scheme/administrator in South Africa in terms of negotiating power, both in volume and in technology that you have available at your offices. Are you in a position to challenge these absolute costs of healthcare in South Africa? And what is, if not, what are your qualifications on it?
Thank you. I'll try and answer both questions, and I'll ask Emile to assist me. On the OECD study, I think I'd like to start by saying we will submit to the panel a detailed commentary on that study. We believe it suffers from many flaws, some of which are fatal in the methodology. I think you've hinted at it yourself. I think concluding that healthcare in South Africa is among the most expensive in the world based on GDP per capita, and therefore affordability relative to the entire population is fundamentally flawed. If you're going to look at affordability at all, which we agree is one metric to look at, it should be based on the GDP per capita of the population that is purchasing medical scheme cover. Secondly, I think it was not rigorous enough in stripping out public and private expenditure in OECD countries versus private only here. And I think there are many other methodological challenges with that paper, and we will submit them in detail. We believe that a much more accurate approach is to look at the absolute cost levels of index procedures, and look at what comprises those procedures, and then to compare them fairly using purchasing power parity adjusted exchange rates and others, and genuinely look at the cost. From data we've seen, and we will do our very best to submit as much data to you as we can. From data we've seen, it is far from true that South African costs or absolute prices of a wide range of procedures are out of line with global standards. In fact, relative to most OECD countries, they are very competitive, and they're cheaper than many countries that, from what we've seen, when you compare apples with apples in an accurate and fair way. Again, I think the hospital groups may be better positioned than we are to answer that question, but we do not believe that that study provided an accurate reflection of absolute cost level. So that's the answer to the first question. Can I just see if Emile wants to add to the first question, and then I will come to the second question.
Yeah, I think absolutely. I think what we struggled with is this concept of saying that if you have 25% unemployment in a country with people theoretically earning zero, what would happen if you have 100% unemployment? Would you expect healthcare or private healthcare for that matter to cost zero? Otherwise, it's out of line. So I think it is very important to look at the benchmark comparators. We do have access to additional data which we're currently trying to secure with permission to share with the panel of other studies that have compared what private health insurers are paying providers in their local markets, in the US, etc. And as Johnny has said, what we see from that is not that South Africa is the cheapest, but most definitely not that it's the most expensive. It falls sort of in a very reasonable range of prices compared to others. The one thing that does make the comparison very difficult is the exchange rate and the volatility in the exchange rate. So even in the OECD country analysis, what was not stripped out there is the cost of surgicals. And the cost of surgicals is a significant component of the total cost of hospitalization. And it's actually quite difficult to make adjustments for purchasing power parity when you see the exchange rate moving with great volatility as it has more recently. So that's a further complication that we'll try and address in our submission.
Perhaps I can then answer your second question, which related to the extent to which Discovery Health has countervailing power in relation to the hospitals. And I think you asked specifically about our ability to impact on the absolute level of the price. I would say, and we made this point in our submission, I believe that Discovery Health does have countervailing power on behalf of the 18 medical schemes that we negotiate with a mandate for. There are certainly constraints on that power, and I'll try and address those in a minute. But I believe that the main sources of that power are very sophisticated risk analytics that we've invested in over 15 years. The ability to deeply understand the costs and what's driving them across all the hospital groups, to use risk adjustment methodology so that we can compare apples with apples rather than being told, you don't understand, we treat sicker patients. We can get rid of all of those arguments. Certainly the ability over time to develop with our scheme clients network plans And those network plans give significant bargaining power because hospitals compete on price to be included in those network plans. And today, if you look at the Discovery Health Medical Scheme, roughly 30% of all the membership are in a network plan. And so there is certainly some bargaining power in relation to participation in the network plans. Let me talk briefly about the constraints on that power, and then try and summarize the results of all of that for you. That power is significantly constrained in the following ways. The first is that for the 70% of the membership who are not in a network plan, their demand is absolute freedom of choice of any hospital at any time. And that makes it very difficult to negotiate very hard with hospital groups, particularly because some of them are the only supplier in certain regions of the country. And so that desire for freedom of choice is a constraint. We have been working with the regulator, the Council of Medical Schemes, looking for a legal way to encourage the members of those plans to use more cost-effective providers, even if they do not have to. We haven't yet found that solution, but I think that would assist with that kind of channeling. And I think that really is a very significant constraint. But overall, I do believe that we have countervailing power. The result of that has been that in our environment, we have been able to contain hospital costs and cost per event pretty much at CPI for the last many years. I believe that that's come about also through the design and implementation of alternative reimbursement structures with the hospital groups. They probably cover 70% of admissions in our environment. Those have shifted the incentives of hospitals away from volume to cost management. We pioneered with one of the hospital groups, Mediclinic, back in 2003, the removal of rebates from non-medical items, in other words, surgical items and disposables. We stripped those. There was a very significant markups and rebates on those. We stripped that out and loaded that into the tariff component. So overall, we've managed to contain tariff and cost per event at CPI. I must acknowledge that if you take the starting point back in 2006 when the competition authorities intervened and prevented the bilateral bargaining structure, at that point the level of hospital tariffs was pretty much taken for granted. And we've been successful at containing increases since then, but not at cutting the base that was inherited at that point in time. So I think that's also germane to your question.
Just one last. Thank you very much for your answer, and we'll come back to this issue when we talk about market power and competitive dynamics, both in the funding side and on the provider side later in this year. I want to briefly touch upon the first subject, the business model. And you explained to us that actually the way that Discovery Health is aligned to the Discovery Medical Scheme is almost perfect. There's still some remaining tension as to the costs involved, but the rest they're almost fully integrated. Actually, also you explained as the committees and the people you sit in boards and they sit in yours, and etc. And I do understand I remember having a bit of a discussion with a former presenter on the alignment of administrators and medical schemes in terms of what they want to achieve, and I do understand what you say here. And then you said the core of what we share is actually our desire for growth. We want to grow because that's the core business you're in. You want to have healthier and younger people in, etc. That will broaden the base of the premiums that you can pay your claims from. And then you explained to us that this growth is achieved both for your benefit and for the scheme by being excellent, actually, by being first in class, isn't it? And you briefly touched upon brokers. The brokers and you use 4,000 brokers. They're capped on their fees. They do their best, and you hope to incentivize them to do their best, but you can't go any further than the cap they earn, which is not very, very much, I think, if you look at it. Yeah. But you never touched upon vitality program. And if I go to a movie, sometimes I do, I have to, just to take a break, and I get bombarded with vitality advertisements, etc. Can you tell us what other methods, including maybe also the vitality program, you use to induce people to join the Discovery Health Medical Scheme apart from the broker system? Can you try and do that?
Certainly, I will do that. I think if you'll permit me, I'd like to just comment on one word you used in relation to the business model, which is, I think you used the words almost fully integrated. I'd hesitate to use that term. I think there is, very strict governance in the relationship between Discovery Health and all its medical scheme clients. We operate within those, and I think they're actually separated, not integrated, but with very structured arrangements to ensure optimal interaction. So if I could just correct that impression. Let me talk about Vitality. It's a very important program in the Discovery environment, but I need to make a few very important points here. The first is that Vitality is a completely separate business from Discovery Health. It's a separate registered company. It's got separate management. It collects premiums completely separately from medical scheme premiums by law. It's an entirely voluntary program. And so anybody who happens to be a member of one of our scheme clients is able to join, but there's no obligation. And if you look at the Discovery Health Medical Scheme, 52% of the members of that scheme belong to Vitality. So I think it's very important to emphasize from a statutory and regulatory and marketing point of view, it's a separate company entirely, and it interacts with brokers around the sale of Vitality. I can tell you that Discovery Health does not directly interact with brokers around Vitality per se. So I think that's very important. The second important point to make is that Vitality was started in 1998, 6 years after Discovery Health was launched as an insurer, with an express purpose of keeping people healthier. And much as our competitors like to label it as a loyalty scheme and a method of attracting members, it's certainly been a very good and positive side effect. But the primary intention, and the intention then, and it still remains, is to use the insights of behavioral economics to inform people about health risks and to give them reasons to change their behavior. And we have now extensive peer-reviewed evidence over 15 years of a tremendous positive impact on people's lifestyles. We know from audited and peer-reviewed published data in the life insurance environment that at age 65, the most engaged Vitality members have an 8-year mortality difference between the most engaged and unengaged members. We know from Discovery Health claims data that there are dramatic reductions in hospital admission rate, length of stay, the cost of an admission, cancer incidence, and a dose response curve based on the engagement with Vitality. And our actuaries have estimated that each year the Discovery Health Medical Scheme saves something like between 900 and 1 billion rand in claims as a result of this program, which is voluntary and which half of the members belong to. And I think that's a very important thing as well. The third point I'd make is that there is no doubt that Vitality has turned out to be a powerful tool in attracting people to the Discovery Health Medical Scheme and in ensuring lower lapse rates and that at the margin it is one of the factors that probably ensures that on average people joining are younger than the existing book. But I think firstly, if one looks at data across the industry, you'll note that for every medical scheme, new joiners are younger than the average. And secondly, there are other reasons, other drivers of the younger membership joining in our environment. One is that plans have been designed to attract that membership base, specifically understanding the demographics and the financial position and the healthcare needs, and there are certain plans in the DHMS plan range, and perhaps the scheme will touch on those tomorrow, that are aimed at that demographic. And there are marketing and distribution strategies aimed at that demographic. A big investment in digital joining opportunities, direct-to-consumer channels, advertising on Google and Facebook with, letting young people join on the same day. By reaching out. So there's been a huge effort far beyond vitality to appeal to that demographic. And that is all designed to counter this avalanche of adverse selection that we've spoken about earlier today. So I think vitality is certainly a competitive asset that is available to our clients. It also helps us compete in the market for restricted schemes, because employers are told by their employees they'd like to somehow get access to vitality. I think the final point I'd make is that any administrator could start a similar program, and at least two of the major administrators have done that. So the Momentum Group has Multiply, which is a competitor to vitality and is very attractive to its members. Sanlam, which is an investor in the holding company of our competitor Med Scheme, has the Reality program. And I think that any administrator, if they believe that this is a powerful competitive asset, should develop something similar to allow them to compete in the market.
Thank you. One last question. Is there, so the same brokers that sell membership of Discovery Health Medical Scheme sell also membership of Vitality? Or is that well, let's say the same broker that does? Is there any, and the fees of the brokers selling membership of the scheme are kept? Is there a cap on the fees that can be earned by brokers for selling Vitality first? It's actually one question. I'll try and make it two small questions. And that is there a cumulative effect? If you sell, as a broker, if you sell both scheme membership and Vitality membership, is there a cumulative inducement in that fee structure to both sell scheme and Vitality membership to the same client?
So thanks. I think firstly, there's certainly, in the thousands of brokers that we deal with, some sell only Discovery Health, and they may sell Vitality. Some will sell other products with Vitality. So I think there is some overlap in the products that brokers sell, and as far as I'm aware, any broker who sells a Discovery Health or other Discovery Financial Services product can sell Vitality as long as they have sufficient training. We would not use the word inducement. I think there is a commission paid for Vitality. It's different to the scheme commission in that it's paid one-off and not an ongoing commission. There's no cap. It's not regulated. But I must say that it costs the Discovery Group a significant amount of money to pay that commission. And therefore, it's not, great care is taken with the level of that commission. And I would say if you studied the commission structures of the Multiply program, the Reality program, and other similar ones, they would all be on a very similar level. We are meticulous around compliance with the law. It's a separate company, as I said. There is absolutely no contamination. The Discovery Health Medical Scheme pays brokers at the regulated broker fee. And the scheme is, and in fact, I can tell you that in Discovery Health, I'm not even aware of which brokers are paid what for Vitality. We're obviously closely aware of which brokers are paid by DHMS, the medical scheme, for bringing on and servicing the medical scheme clients.
Thank you, Dr. Brumberg, for a very interesting presentation. My first question is on your explanatory factors for an increase in utilization. One of the factors you highlighted is the growing impact of high costs in medicine. And you give an example of drugs that are highly effective and also quite costly. In the past 2 weeks, we've had several presentations from practitioners, from the South African Medical Devices, various providers, talking about the lack of transparency or understanding of what formularies are used or which evidence base is used for deciding on cost effectiveness. And I wonder if you can tell us how that process works. And also if you could discuss, so for instance, the example you've given us, as I said, is highly effective and highly costly as well. But there are other incidences where new interventions will be less costly and more effective, and in certain instances might even change the modalities of the delivery of care. So that's my first question.
Thank you. On the formularies, we take great care in designing formularies on behalf of scheme clients. We have a large team of doctors, health economists, and pharmacists who are involved in the design of formularies, and we design them based on the latest peer-reviewed published evidence, and always and continuously in consultation with the best external experts in the country and sometimes globally. So if you take any particular set of guidelines, for example, for treating various heart conditions, we will consult regularly with the specialist groupings of the cardiologists on the design of the formulary, on products that they believe should be added or removed, and wherever possible, and almost always, we completely align with evidence-based guidelines for treatment. There are occasions when changing a guideline immediately can have massive cost impacts for the scheme and for other scheme clients, and we would then meet with the cardiologist to say, is there a way to phase this in slowly? For example, a change in the lipid disorder guidelines, etc. Is there a way to expand the formulary for the highest risk patients first, just so that there isn't a massive premium shock for the medical scheme clients next year? So we are very comfortable that the formularies are evidence-based. They are done in consultation with the specialists, and in addition, in the discovery of medical scheme benefit design, any member who's registered for chronic condition has access to the formulary, but they also have access to a monthly budget that allows them to use medicines that are not necessarily on the formulary if their specialist prefers to use something else. Many of the alternatives to the formulary will be fully covered by that monthly budget, or there may be a modest co-payment. But I think there's quite a lot of flexibility in the benefit design. It's only in the network plans at the lower end of the plan spectrum where coverage is limited only to a formulary. In fact, in the DHMS context, only the key care plans have formulary-only coverage. All other plans for chronic members allow choice, obviously with some price signals around co-payments for more expensive medication.
As a follow-up on that, many of the practitioners discussed that the type of cost-effectiveness analysis that you do forms part of your intellectual property, and many do accept that there is a need for rationing. and I'll also consider that being a function of an independent body rather than it being conducted by various administrators. I'd like to know what your view is on that.
Thanks. I think that's a very important question. There's no doubt if we could wave a magic wand, would we like there to be an equivalent of the National Institute of Clinical Excellence here? Yes. I think that would benefit the whole market. Today, Discovery has a fully fledged health economics and technology assessment unit that we pay for, that I think in truth serves a function for the whole private sector. The pharmaceutical companies and the device companies come to us when a new product is arriving in the market and talk to us about our evaluation. We perform it at our cost. It's not true that it's not transparent. We are always completely transparent about those models, and we're very comfortable to share them certainly with the suppliers. We ask them for their data and their health economics and cost effectiveness data. And so we're performing, if you like, a service on which much of the other private sector is free riding right now. We do that for our clients. We think it's critical. I think it would benefit the whole society and certainly the private sector for there to be a national version of that. And we would be very comfortable to share our IP and our expertise on that. Bear in mind that that medicines in this country are regulated by single exit price anyway. So we have nothing to gain from holding that intellectual property inside. It just costs money. We would love to share the burden, but also I think a structured process in which there were transparent voices from patient advocates, from the drug companies, from the funders, from the doctors, and ultimately coming up with a policy that everyone could then defend would make life much easier for us, not harder.
Thank you. Excuse me. I think my last question is on product complexity. So you explained at great length or what the type of information that you try to provide for our members. But I'd like to take you a step back. So Discovery, the medical scheme, is an open medical scheme that competes with other 26 medical schemes. And so a decision for the young and healthy person, let's say, who is interested in joining the medical scheme is amongst all those 26. And we've heard, I think Discovery Medical Scheme submitted, there's about 15 different options. The other medical schemes have other options. And so would you say that a person who's coming into who's about to make a decision about which medical scheme to join can compare you with other medical schemes?
So I think that's a very fair question. I think bear in mind first, it's important to ask the question of through what channel a member joins. So in the DHMS context, about 70% of members join through an employer and 30% as individuals. Starting first with the employers, what you then have firstly is that the employer would typically take advice from a corporate broker, a large broker, for example, NMG or Alexander Forbes, those kind of businesses. And the employer would choose whether to provide its employees with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or unlimited choice of medical schemes. So that's the first competitive element there. The brokers are highly informed on which schemes offer best value for money and the best benefits, and they will recommend a panel of schemes to the employer. When it then comes time for an employee to join, at induction of that employee, you will often find, particularly in medium and certainly all the large employers, the broker will be present at each time new employees are inducted and will give them information. They'll say, your employer allows these 3 schemes, for example, Discovery Health Medical Scheme, Bonitas, Sizware, Momentum. And here's the benefits, here's the premiums, etc., etc., etc. So I do believe that people are are given quite a lot of the relevant information. I failed to adequately answer the chair's question on why it is possibly that at that moment people don't properly apply their minds. I think it is a fact that people do not apply their minds properly to all of their needs and whether the decision they're making will cater for their future needs adequately. But I think that in the employer context, members are given the opportunity. If we then talk about individuals, they would join typically in two ways. One is they would talk to a broker, or they would join through a direct channel, for example, on the web. That is still probably not more than 6 or 7% of total joiners. And the majority, therefore, even of individuals, will talk to brokers. And we do hope, we make enormous effort to train brokers, to provide them information, to regularly interact with them. We do assume that they're providing, adequate information and explaining the choices to individual consumers. Are the consumers properly understanding and properly applying their minds? To be honest, I can't answer that question very confidently, but I believe we're doing as much as we humanly can do within our constraints to support that decision being the most appropriate one for the client. The regulatory environment, my last point, also protects the client, because if a client has bought the wrong plan, hypothetically, if it turns out too expensive, that client can buy down at any time during the year. And if the client has bought the wrong plan in the sense of that the cover is inadequate for their needs, they can buy up at the beginning of the subsequent year to a higher plan. And also, a client can leave a medical scheme at any time. Many medical schemes require 30 days notice period. Discovery of medical scheme does not insist on even 1 day notice. You can leave immediately. And if you have money left in your savings account, that will be paid over. There are relatively few constraints on members moving between schemes. And the data for 2014 that we showed in our submission is that in 2014, 250,000 members left the Discovery of Medical scheme. 350,000 joined, but 250,000 left. It is not a very difficult thing to leave and choose another scheme if you're not satisfied.
If you don't mind, if I could add to that, Dr. Nkonke. I think also the one thing to think about is what's the alternative. So the one alternative is to have standard products in the market, to simplify things for people and say, okay, here's 2 or 3 options that you can choose from. And it might be attractive at the outset to say that, why don't we just say for the whole industry, let's have fewer options. I think it has the advantage that maybe at the point of sale, it's easier for people to compare. It has major disadvantages because it forces people to choose between paying maybe a lot more than what they're currently paying, because they don't have as many price points of what they're currently having, and making choices about benefits that they have no idea whether they would need in a few years' time. Right, because you don't have that many options of networks, you don't have that many options for in and out of hospital benefits as you would have with the current range of products. And that forcing of members actually leads to other consequences, which is that at that point then when people need it, they realize, well, actually I don't have the cover I need, but can I get the cover that I need? And the answer might be no, because we've restricted the option choices that people have, or it might be that it costs you a whole lot more, because you have restricted those choices and you have to choose one price point per option. So I think it is fair to say that medical schemes do also compete on having different products in the market and being able to try and give people those choices and flexibility to make those choices. The other side of that obviously is that they have more choices, so they have more things to evaluate. But that's where, as Johnny has said, it's important for the broker then to give advice. And brokers are a very important voice, because their job is to deal with the whole medical scheme industry. So they, over time, they build up quite good knowledge as to which medical schemes to recommend, where they won't get pushback from members 5 years later to say, why did you tell me I should join Scheme X or this or that option? It's not working for me. So I think the incentives are there also for them to give the best advice.
Okay. Thank you. My last question was going to be asking on standardizing packages, because the next present, I think Metropolitan, is making that suggestion. So thank you. I'm done, Chair.
Thank you. Thanks for your presentation. I've got three groups of questions. The one is some clarity on your presentation. The one relates to some of the issues in our revised statement of issues, and the other is to bring up issues that have come up in previous. I want to take you back to slide 313. So this is for the people, I don't know if we can put it on the screen, but this is the slide in which we speak about the contribution of what's driving costs. And I suppose what I'm interested in is the period that you've presented of 7 years. Because from all the other submissions that we've had, it's the absolute amount ultimately that someone has to pay that is a problem. And so the absolute price, the level of the price, not the change, is also important. And the contribution of the tariffs at this point is not driving the change. But it seems to me that the contribution of the tariffs, because of the period that you've chosen, if you had to take a much longer period, would significantly change. And we've had a lot of input over the change in the regulations around pricing, the absence of a reference price list, and the apparent collusion that the Competition Commission outlawed, which is around 2004. So if you took this over a different period, we'd be seeing a very different contribution.
Thanks. As you say, there was the intervention by the competition authorities in 2004, and I think we all accept that prior to that there was a single price for a day in a hospital ICU or a hospital admission in a general ward, and for each other item of service or procedure there was one common price across the medical scheme environment. So in the Discovery Health environment, those prices started to diverge essentially from 2005, 2006. And so I think we could take this a little bit further back. Our data is strongest and most reliable around from 2007 onwards. We certainly, I think we could provide that data and go back, and we have no problem doing that to the fullest extent we can. I think you would not see a very different picture from this going back another 2 or 3 years, when at that point the absolute level of prices were the same for the whole industry. So that begs the question I think you're asking, which is, at that point, what's your view on the absolute level, and is that too high? And I think that is a question. I suppose the question then becomes, against what do you benchmark that absolute level? Is it the return on capital invested by hospitals, the earnings aspirations of doctors, the single exit price that's set by the Department of Health? Is it international benchmarking of the cost per event? I think one could debate whether some or all of those are legitimate inputs into deciding what is the appropriate price level. But I think for our purposes today, and since 2005, in a sense, we were takers of that price. There was certainly no realistic prospect, I can say that quite honestly, given our size at that time and even today, of depressing the price in absolute terms. We could never go to doctors and cut their tariff. And I don't believe we could actually go to hospitals and cut their tariff in any legitimate way. Their costs are also increasing well above CPI every year. And so I do think it's fair to say the whole system inherited the prices as pertaining at 2005, 2006, and those have been accepted as the base. I'm certainly not arguing that that's necessarily the right base. And if the panel and if this process can bring to light data, and we will provide whatever we've got that wants to relook at those base tariffs, I think that'll be a very good development. As you've heard, I think the doctors in the sector would argue that their base tariffs are way too low right now. That's something the panel will also apply its mind to in time.
If I may add to that, I think we can certainly look further back. I have been pricing medical schemes since 1995 when I was a young actuary. And what I can say is that this relationship that you see on the screen between utilization and price has always been there. And it certainly has accelerated since 1998 or since 2000 with the implementation of the Medical Schemes Act with community rating, open enrollment, guaranteed acceptance. And we can try and get data as far back as we can. But every single year, every client that I've priced a medical scheme for, we have exactly the same effect happening, that you see utilization increasing at a higher rate. I think there is an important thing to realize as well, which is that there is a distinction between the absolute level of price and the rate of increase. But if you look at things over time, in the end, you find that the absolute level depends enormously on the rate of increase, especially over a long period of time, as we've shown here. So this is just 7 years. If we take the data back 10, 15 years, you'll find that the effect of this utilization building up over the years is absolutely enormous. And it's the major effect that one then has to deal with in order to bring the level of the price down. In other words, the level of the premium. Otherwise, it doesn't help.
I was interested in the discussion on the PMBs and particularly the 270 complex conditions. And as you know, we've heard a lot about that. The question has been at the top of my mind for a long time about the discussion around PMBs being cost drivers. And yesterday we were presented with data comparing PMBs with non-PMBs, apparently across the industry, or chosen from here and there. I wasn't sure where it had come from. But it seems to me, from everything we've heard, it's quite hard to define these PMBs and to say which is and which isn't. And also they're different conditions, so how do you compare them to non-PMBs in terms of being cost drivers? It just seems to me to be a complex area. So I get that for some it's easy to flag them automatically and for others it's not. And I suppose, I'm assuming you're familiar with Roth's data, and I'm curious to know if you are in agreement with him around this PMB, non-PMB comparison and the change over time in that.
So I think there's great complexity in it. I completely agree. And I think it is also complex just to compare across the industry between different players. Because there's two ways in which one can handle PMBs if you are a medical scheme. The one is to say that we will pay, the PMB rules basically say you have to pay whatever the doctor charges for a PMB condition. I mean, there's lots of complexity, as we said, but let's say that's the case in principle. So there's one of two ways in which you can respond to that as a medical scheme. Basically, to say, let us try and agree with doctors a certain tariff. That's in our designated service provider network. And basically, by agreeing to pay that tariff, doctors would be happy to charge that and not more. They have the right to charge more under PMB conditions, but they're not going to. They agree a tariff with us. The point about that is that tariff would have to be high enough that our members do not face co-payments. So in other words, it has to be set at a level that would satisfy most doctors. And what you would find with that, if you look at our direct payment arrangements in Discovery, we had to pay more than what was always the 100% NHRPL tariff in order to encourage doctors to be part of the network and then not to have co-payments. And that would actually explain a lot of the excess tariff inflation that you see there. It is driven by effectively PMB regulations. So to a large extent, because the PMB says you have to pay in full, it basically means that to avoid the risk of co-payments to members for non-PMBs and the scheme facing unlimited liability for PMBs, you have to agree a fairly high tariff for doctors. And bearing in mind that, as Johnny has explained earlier, for hospitals there's negotiation that happens, it's negotiation at corporate levels. For doctors, it's all individual doctor decisions at what tariff they want to charge and what tariff they're they're able to charge given who their patients are, etc. And that means that these direct payment arrangements play a very important part in the relationship with doctors and how that is set. So one can certainly say that PMBs, because it says pay everything in full at cost, has driven up the tariffs. The second part of it relates to the incidence of PMBs that one sees in the environment, so how the rate of utilization of PMBs has increased as a proportion of all medical conditions that people could suffer from. And we see that very much in the data. So we've shown data on some of the other slides how the chronic rate has gone up. And that is a year-on-year effect. There's more chronic members in the medical scheme every year, and that drives up the cost of PMBs. So there's the component of it that relates to the tariff, and there's a component of it that relates to utilization. But our data very much supports the fact that PMB costs are going up. And having said that, it's always hard to exactly define what that PMB cost is because of some of the complexities that we said. But we can certainly give a very good indication out of the data of what it is and that it is going up.
Perhaps I can just add two additional points on PMBs as cost drivers. The one which I know the panel has heard and been concerned with is the very strong bias of the PMB design towards hospital cost. There's no doubt that has driven medical scheme benefit design to be heavily biased in that direction, because as PMBs cost more and more, and as premium pressure increases, schemes must make sure that the benefits at least cover most of the PMBs, or all of the PMBs, my apologies, and that shifts a heavy focus towards hospitals. And I think that's a very significant point. The other, which was mentioned earlier, is that where members buy hospital-only plans or have limited day-to-day benefits, people are admitted into hospital to cover that. The last point I'd make is that we do see evidence of doctors, I think, acting in their minds in the best interests of patients to help them access PMBs. In a sense, providing ICD-10 code diagnoses that are not clinically accurate. A very good example would be bipolar depression. The chronic disease that lists only two forms of depression as PMBs, major depression and bipolar. And we've seen a dramatic year-on-year increase in the incidence of bipolar depression. That must be in excess of the true change in the incidence in the population. And I think that is specialists trying to help their members access risk benefits for treatment of a more ordinary depression, but calling it bipolar. And there are many other examples of that are in our submission.
Don't answer now, but there's a direct relationship between tariffs and supplier-induced demand. I mean, the one is related to the other. And so I'm curious, but don't tell me. You can tell me some other time quite how you unpack those different columns, but it's not immediately obvious to me. I was curious of what percentage of people in your medical scheme are sending you data on their satisfaction, what your response rate for that is.
We survey 100% of adults that are admitted. We don't survey children, and we don't survey adults with a psychiatric diagnosis on admission, but 100% of adults. And if I'm not mistaken, our response rate is about 23% to the survey.
I'm interested that the formulary, and you gave the example of cardiologists all the time in terms of your standard operating procedures, and but the people who chose to come to us and complain were the cardiologists, two, a whole group, and then another lot. And so there seems to be some disagreement about the degree of transparency and the degree to which everyone's involved. And so you describe your processes as completely transparent, always consulting. That doesn't seem... We haven't heard the same from, ironically, the same group you chose to use as an example. You're not required to respond to that, but I'm just bringing that to your attention. The other...
But do you have a comment on that?
Sorry.
Thanks, Chair. Only so far as to say that I would just draw the panel's attention back to the blame paradox I highlighted in my presentation. I think that it's almost the order of things for the doctors to be complaining. The scheme simply cannot provide every drug for every patient that they believe should happen. And at the point at which they are seeing a patient, that is all that's in their mind. There isn't the systemic view or the overall view. And I think, unfortunately, we make enormous effort. I think if you could be a fly on the wall in the discussion with the same groups with us, I think you'd find a far more cordial relationship than you were led to believe here. I'm not. That's about all I can say.
I then want to go to some of the issues that we are interested in, and you will know that from the revised statement of issues. So in the revised statement of issues, one of the things we're interested in is, if you're very big, you need to be delivering some benefit from the economy of scale to be big. Otherwise, there's no point in being so big. Anyway, no advantage to the consumer. And so I know that we've requested this data from you, and I want to know if we've received it. And that is the detailed contracts that you have, for example, with hospitals. Because if you are the biggest scheme, administrator and biggest scheme, we would expect to see this reflected in the contracts that you have with hospitals. Will we see that, and do we have that data in this data we've requested from you?
So I think you, firstly, just to answer the implied question, and then I'll answer the direct question, you will undoubtedly see when you compare our data to the data from other administrators representing other schemes, the impact of scale on prices, where one can negotiate prices. So that would principally be in the hospital and pathology sectors, and on cost per event. If one does proper risk adjustment, and I think that's a tricky issue, but we certainly can cooperate very closely with the inquiry on adequate risk adjustment, you will undoubtedly see the impact of scale. And I think that's true. In terms of the specific request for the contracts, they are commercially confidential. I'm not sure of the current status of whether we've supplied them. I wasn't even aware that they'd been requested. I know we've supplied the full data set that the inquiry requested, but I'm not aware of a formal request to see the contract. But certainly I think we'd need to consult with our legal team and with the other parties to the contracts. My personal view is, as long as the confidentiality is protected, they should be submitted, but I'd prefer to reserve our response on that.
So can I... But what do you say to the proposition that was put to you, and that is you are the biggest scheme? Do you accept that?
Chair, we're representing the administrator. Discovery Health Medical Scheme is by far the largest open scheme in the country. It is also the largest scheme in the country. The second largest scheme is a restricted scheme, the Government Employees Medical Scheme. But in terms of ourselves, I think there are different definitions of the market share of administrators. And if you're asking about whether we're the biggest administrator, I think because of complexity of market definition, there are three large administrators: Discovery Health, MMI, who you're due to hear from, and MedScheme. And we're all relatively similar in size. I don't think there are vast differences depending on how you count administration versus managed care, etc.
I understand that you may not want to, to suggest that you have a market power, but I'm simply asking in terms of the numbers, just pure figures. Are you the biggest administrator?
Yes, I would say we are.
Thank you.
I would say we are.
Sorry, there was some more clarity on the way the administrator works. So you said you charge a global fee, a package, I think
Yeah.
is the word that you used. And so in a way that's complicated, because if it's a package, how do I know what I'm really paying for? Am I paying admin fees? Am I paying HMO services? Am I paying broker fees? What am I paying for? And you can tell me, you could tell me anything if it's a package. So how do I know that the one's going down? If I'm paying this, how do I unpack this package? And then how does this package delivery work in relation to your closed schemes? Particularly, I'm assuming they need no marketing fee. And also what goes in what. It seems to me that it can be arbitrary as to, a broker fee could be in a marketing fee because they have a marketing function. So how easy is it for anyone to understand that, and how easy is it for you to obfuscate?
Thanks. I think important to note that our regulator, the Council for Medical Schemes, is quite meticulous about definitions of these different components of fees charged to medical schemes, and it is meticulous in policing those. And there's been an evolution of that regulation over time. And I think what's very clear in the definitions and in the statutory returns that schemes have to make, and therefore in the published information in the annual report of any medical scheme and in the Council's annual report, you will see a standard definition of an administration fee as distinct from a managed care fee. Those are two standard definitions. And then broker fees are separately reported on, and the other costs of the medical scheme. For example, the costs of running the office and of trustee fees and trustee meetings, all of those are separately reported on. Over time, I think there's been some fuzziness on the definition of what is an inside and outside the admin fee and what's inside and outside the managed care fee. And I think to their credit, the Council have progressively tightened up on that definition, and I think that's all a good thing. In our case, I think it's very simple. We provide a single administration fee. Let me use the example of the Discovery Health Medical Scheme, but I will come to your question of restricted schemes. And everything we ever provide from an administrative point of view is in that. And when we develop new services, for example, we develop Health ID, the electronic health record, or a member app, or a new system of electronic membership application and joining or whatever, we never charge additional fees for that. So it's all one fee. Some of the competitors tend to segment their fees and will charge a disease management fee for an HIV program, etc., etc. Ours is always in one. Similarly, with our managed care fee, we have one standard fee for DHMS, and we currently, as we said in our submission, have 84 different managed care programs in operation. Those are available to all our clients. They pick which ones they want. Typically, most of them would use every single one. But we add new programs all the time in accordance to need. So relatively recent one just being implemented now is that care coordination program I presented on, but aimed at the elderly with dementia, which is a growing problem. That will be built and offered at no additional charge. So we believe we have a simple, transparent admin fee, simple, transparent managed care fee, and that's how we report to the trustees and how the trustees report to their members and to the regulator. In relation to restricted schemes, it's a very similar approach. You're quite right that the majority of medical schemes, there is an exception, do not require marketing and distribution at all. One exception in our environment is the local authority medical scheme for municipalities, which is our client. It's a restricted scheme, but it competes with 4 other schemes for local authority clients, and it requires a similar set of support for brokers as does the DHMS, but others do not. So they would be charged a lower administration fee because there is no marketing and distribution support for them at all. But they would have, they would then utilize virtually the full range of managed care services. And so I think our belief is that that simple integrated approach is actually more transparent and simpler to use than multiple services at multiple prices.
Sorry. question on your presentation, slide 317, which is when people claim as to when they join.
Yes.
Have you done an analysis of your closed schemes, this analysis? And if you haven't, can you? And can we have it?
I'm not aware that we've done it. We will do it. We'll supply it to you, and I'll eat my hat if it shows the same pattern as this.
Okay, I hope it's a good hat.
I hope I'm right.
Just in case. As you know, in one of our issues in the revised statement of issues is a question as to whether, for the players in the market currently, they're actually happy with the way it works. It's kind of a win-win for the people who are winning. And I suppose that was at the back of my mind when I looked at the time period that you looked at, when I listened to the way people talk to us. There seems to be this sort of like easy way of saying, well, all the medical schemes get bashed, because quite realistically they have a very difficult job to do. And so it's this objective difficulty of the system that's the only thing that's at fault. Everyone else is really, just behaving nicely and well. And that seems to us to be possible, but not probable. Do you have any comment?
I do, thank you. I think we would be the last to say that everything is satisfactory or that we're entirely happy with the way the system is working. And I hope our submission made no bones about that. So firstly, I think just in the context of today's presentation, talking about product complexity and consumer information, we are not happy that the products are as complex as they are. We've explained why that is the case. And we're not happy that we're properly empowering members, or the brokers are properly empowering members to navigate that complexity. I think we try hard. I can say that in good conscience, very hard. We spend a lot of time and money on that. I believe we do it probably better than most competitors. Do we do it perfectly or even adequately? I'd prefer to err on the side of saying I think we can do better. Even more importantly, we are not at all comfortable or satisfied with the current structure of delivery of healthcare. We've made public presentations drawing on very good evidence from the US environment, which I think is in some ways very similar to the private sector here, which suggests that anything from 20 to 30% of claims costs are wasted. And we would not be at all surprised if the same is not true in this country. And that is through overtreatment, over-expenditure on diagnostics, duplication of testing and services, errors, and I think administrative burden because of fragmented practices and this very complex regulatory environment. And I do believe that there is a significant amount of improvement that could be achieved, cutting out waste, which would not only improve cost, but would almost certainly improve the quality of care that's delivered as well. And that drive towards a more value-based care approach is absolutely fundamental. The problem is we can't do it alone. We have been rowing this boat quite hard alone. We're getting more and more collaborators in the environment to work with us. It is slow. We could be helped enormously by some regulatory change, and I think we've made suggestions, and hopefully there'll be. But I think the bottom line is that consumers are hurting out there. Healthcare medical scheme members are hurting. Every year it costs a higher proportion of take-home pay, and that must make us dissatisfied, and we feel that. So we're not here saying everything is fine and there's nothing to be done. I think the opposite is true.
Can I maybe add to that? Sorry, if I may, Professor Van. I think a lot of the context of what we've shown here is actually demonstrating almost a scene of a sense of extreme unease with the inflation rates that we have been observing in the private medical scheme industry. And we're trying to unpack that and say there are reasons for that. I think what we'll get to in the final hearing on regulatory issues is to what extent do some of the regulations, it basically navigates different choices between saying that everybody can join a medical scheme at any time when they have a need to versus having a mandate of everybody joining and what the cost implications of that would be. Issues relating to solvency, for instance, and whether that solvency requirement of 25% is adequate or appropriate given that schemes face different risks. So I think certainly that is a major concern to us, the fact that these inflation rates are so high and that if you look at it over 7 years or over 20 years, however you look at it, it just ends up with people finding it harder and harder to afford. And that certainly is a matter of great concern, and there shouldn't be any complacency or happiness about that.
Yes, but we don't want to give mandatory membership and then a blank check to continue as we are. The other issue that comes up in the revised statement of issues is a question around the relationship between the suppliers of medical cover and big insurance companies. And in that regard, we're curious about the relationship, in this case with yourself as Discovery, to your holding company, and what kind of LSA, service level agreement or whatever you want to call it, that you might have. I mean, as much as they're precious, you belong to a big group. And does that place you under any pressure? You describe the relationship, for example, of the hospital manager and what incentives might be operational for them. What about your relationship with your holding company as an administrator?
Thank you. So certainly, the holding company has earnings aspirations for Discovery Health. I think that's a matter of public record, and it's a listed company, and the reports are filed, every 6 months. I think what protects our scheme clients and their members, and ensures a fair outcome there is the nature of the contracts we have with the scheme clients and the alignment of incentives that I referred to earlier. So I'm under pressure to increase earnings as the CEO of Discovery Health. How do I do that? There's really only 2 ways I can do that, or 3. One is I can ensure that all of our 4,000 employees are working as hard as they can to make sure that the Discovery Health Medical Scheme keeps growing in a sustainable way. Because if it can keep growing, every member that joins is additional fee income for Discovery Health, a fixed admin fee per family per month. And that's one fundamental objective. The second, much more lumpy, is we can go out and bid for restricted scheme contracts. We have been very successful in the last several years in growing that business, but they don't go out on tender all the time. When they do, we compete. And so by doing both of those things, as I pointed out in the presentation, everything I do to be successful in Discovery Health benefits the client schemes and their members. The third thing I could do is try and raise the admin fees per member. I have a huge countervailing force on the other side, which are boards of trustees, which simply don't accept anything above CPI, ever. Many of them are below CPI, and certainly, as I've illustrated with DHMS, they are systematically and consistently below CPI because of serial negotiations every 3 years. So I can't do that. And the fourth thing I could do, Discovery Health could do, is cut our costs by compromising service levels. But we have highly detailed service level agreements with our scheme clients. So, one example is, just to give a very simple example, 80% of all calls should be answered within 20 seconds. That's an SLA with the Discovery Health Medical Scheme. So I have a very big television monitor immediately outside my office, and I look at it 15 times a day. And I monitor every queue for every client, and I call the chief operating officer and ask her why we're in red on a particular metric on any hour of any day. So I think although we have earnings pressure, that simply aligns us even more closely with the medical scheme clients, and the contracts prevent any exploitation.
Then I'm just going to go to some of the things we were told during the other weeks, the other presentations. We were told of an arrangement where a medical scheme employed an HMO they transferred the risk, and whatever benefit they managed, they could keep the money. Do you have a relationship like that with any of your schemes for the managed care services you offer? Have you ever done that for the medical scheme? Obviously, we can ask the scheme tomorrow. It seemed to us to be an interesting model. Do you have those?
Firstly, just to start at your end, we also believe it's an interesting model, and we believe that there should be some discussion around risk sharing between managed care organizations or administrators and schemes. At the moment, as I said in my presentation, there's risk sharing on the downside, which is we're liable for penalties if we fail on service levels, but there's no upside beyond the fixed fee if we shoot the lights out on performance. That is at the requirement of the regulator. To answer your question more fully, today we have none of those arrangements with any of our schemes. There's some modest exceptions which I want to explain, but we did have some years ago various arrangements in which we accepted capitation risk for primary care products. So we would charge a fixed amount to the scheme. We would contract and manage networks of GPs. And if the costs of those benefits exceeded the capitation cost, that was our problem. And similarly, if there was a slight margin, we could keep that. The council requested us to unwind all of those arrangements some years ago. I think you might ask them the logic, but my recollection of the logic at the time was they felt there was asymmetry of information between the managed care organization and the client in pricing those contracts. I don't believe that's a valid argument. I think that the scheme could easily get very superb external actuarial advice and bring that into negotiating the price. And the scheme can look for different prices in the market. So we do think it's interesting. The only exception I want to be clear on is that with some of the closed schemes that we have recently tendered for, we offered guarantees that we would reduce their claims costs by certain quantums over a defined number of years based on our superior procurement, claims risk management, and fraud management. And we committed to make them to refund them anything below the amount that we had guaranteed if we didn't achieve that. So again, that's downside risk sharing, but we didn't get any reward above that if we outperformed that. On all of them so far, we've outperformed the guarantee, so that's been the performance so far.
The other issue is you spoke about the degree to which you're involved with the trustees and of the Discovery Health Medical Scheme. I don't know if you also go to the meetings of the closed schemes. You can comment on that. And we were told by one of the schemes who presented yesterday, a self-administered scheme, that the degree to which trustees are able to make informed decisions largely depends on the kind of information that the administrator provides them with. Now, this might or might not be true, but it does seem to me to offer a potential to game the system in some way. And we'll clearly ask the scheme tomorrow, but if I was a scheme contracting with you as an administrator, why should I trust you? Why should I feel comfortable?
Your question about participation and interaction with the trustees of our clients other than DHMS is just as intensive. It is a large number of clients, but we would have typically several of our executives who are directly working with those clients at every trustee meeting and at subcommittees. I personally attend at least one of the meetings of the bigger restricted schemes every year when they're talking about strategy and others, and some of my senior colleagues do. So I would say that the interaction is certainly intense. It is less intense in the main than with DHMS, but that's, I think, because DHMS is large, complex, and has many more issues going on and has many more meetings. But I don't believe that there's any compromise on the level of interaction with any of the scheme clients, and we're always available at any time should they wish to interact with us. I think you're quite right that the trustees of medical schemes are part-time. They're non-executive, pretty much like boards of directors. And as with the board of a company, the insight of a non-executive director is totally contingent on how much accurate information they would receive from the executives of the company. It's certainly true for DHMS, and they will confirm this themselves, that they specify in great detail exactly what information they want. That changes from time to time, so they are in receipt of a very high volume of reports with varying frequency. They also have access to daily operational information. They sit, some of the officials of the principal officer and the principal officer himself sit in our meetings where our chief operating officer and all the operations executive are discussing the ins and outs of the details of operations every day. Similarly, Milton Streak, the principal officer who will present tomorrow, sits in our executive committee and is completely alive to every single issue. So in the context of DHMS, it would honestly be very hard to pull the wool over anybody's eyes on any issue, anybody in the scheme office. I think our philosophy with our other scheme clients is that we hope these to be very long-term relationships, and therefore we provide more information rather than less. The last point I'd make is that at any point in time, our scheme clients are free to use the services of external actuaries to verify any information they get from us. And much of that is built in routinely. So every scheme, not every scheme, DHMS, at the time of the annual evaluation of the claims and the pricing for the next year, has independent actuarial advice. Some of our closed schemes use independent actuaries on a continuous basis, if you like, to second guess and check up on us. And from time to time, DHMS and others will go externally. DHMS submission and our submission talks about the Deloitte's evaluation that was done in 2012 and is now repeated on an annual basis. DHMS will also report on a major analysis that they're having done currently of the relational governance model between the scheme and ourselves. So I think we would be caught out in a heartbeat if we try to manipulate any of the data. It's just the system is too transparent for that.
Can I add maybe just one other point of the check and balance, if we can call it that, which is the audit of the medical scheme. So in the medical scheme, at the end, it all comes down to how much do you pay in claims, how much do you collect in contributions, and that is audited every year. So it's very easy to see things going wrong in the environment, and it certainly comes out at the point of the audit. So, as Johnny has said, there's no point in hiding anything because it will come out very quickly in any event.
You spoke about quality, and one of the issues that came to us was a change in hospital practice around nursing staff. So, if I understood it correctly, they are either decreasing the number of nurses per ward, or they are decreasing the level of skill of nurses in a ward. And so some of the practitioners told us that therefore they put patients into high care or ICU because they don't trust the ward nursing services. In your negotiations with hospitals, in your agreements with them, is there anything around the number of nurses per ward and the level of qualification of nurses per ward? Is this an important thing in your quality assessment that you're interested in?
I think it will obviously be critical to hear the hospital's voice on these questions. There's no doubt, I think, that over the last decade, the level of acuity and the ratio of nurses at different skill levels in the different areas of the hospital, ICU, high care, general ward, operating theatre, etc., have changed and they have decreased. There's no doubt about that. We don't collect detailed data. We can't access detailed data on that. The hospitals don't share that data with us. But we are aware of that. Hospitals do explain to us that there are significant shortages of nurses. There's a high degree of competition between the public and the private sectors for skilled nurses, particularly theatre nurses, ICU nurses. So we have an impression without data that hospitals struggle, but we do know that the ratios have been changing over time, and it is a concern. I think we hear anecdotes about, particularly at night, patients not getting adequate attention. On the other hand, I think systematically we're not aware that that's led to a systematic change in the quality of care. We're also very aware of the anecdotes of doctors saying, as a matter of policy, I will only admit post-operative patients to high care ICU. That must be wrong. It must be wrong. In many countries, patients with a hip replacement go home on the same day, never mind 2 or 3 days in ICU or high care. And one of the fundamental problems that we do have to deal with is, getting the specialists involved with us in managing the 80% of the total cost of event that they control. And we are trying to do that. But I do think that is a question you should put to the groups. In answer to your second question, do we include those metrics in our contracts? No. Should we? I think yes.
And then my last question, everyone will be pleased to know. When we were speaking with the independent pharmacies, they were arguing that as the cost of medicines are already regulated, there's no reason to have preferred provider networks. They also describe punitive measures that are levied on members of schemes who don't use a preferred provider network. And they say, therefore, that in fact the scheme lands up paying even less than the cost of medicine, that lower than the single exit price, and they think that this is perverse and weird. And they also describe the relationship between some of the big schemes and the corporate pharmacies in terms of discounting on acute drugs and saying that this is illegal. Do you have any comments on that?
Thanks. I'll try and address all of those briefly. Firstly, pharmacy networks are required in 2 circumstances. One is where there are PMBs, so a member of any plan from the highest to the lowest wants full cover for a chronic condition. The scheme is entitled to use a service provider network, and on the lower plans, even outside of PMBs, in order to manage costs, there are often pharmacy networks. It is not true that they charge the same price. So there are 2 fundamental differences between network and non-network pharmacies in our environment. The first is that those who agree to form part of a network charge lower dispensing fees on the SEP, significantly lower, and that makes a very significant difference in medicine claims. And that's the market at work. That's in any willing provider network. If a community pharmacy is willing to contract at the lower dispensing fee, they can certainly be part of the network. And many retail pharmacies are part of our networks, by the way. The second element is that in recent years, we have included in our network contracts a performance-based reimbursement mechanism which will increase the dispensing fee for pharmacies that work with us to increase formulary compliance. I think it'll be known to the panel that the dispensing pharmacist is not always incentivized to dispense the lowest generic, or even to offer a generic in place of a brand name medicine, even though the law requires that. And that is because, there are incentives, marketing and other incentives that manufacturers pay pharmacists to dispense their product. So we are trying to countervail that pressure by saying to a pharmacy, if you encourage our members of our schemes to use formulary medication, which suits them because of lower copays and suits the scheme because of lower cost, the scheme will pay you a higher dispensing fee. So the net effect of all of that is that the use of a network pharmacy is far advantageous, significantly advantageous to our scheme clients relative to an unmanaged pharmacy doing whatever it likes up to the maximum dispensing fee. On the punitive co-payments, it's simply the operation of a normal price signal that is applicable in the medical scheme rules to any member who voluntarily goes out of network. And it's typically, as approved by the Council of Medical Schemes, a 20% copay. So our message to clients is very simple. If you have a chronic condition and you want full cover, or if you're on a network plan and you want full cover, go to one of the, a large number. I don't have the exact numbers with me, but I think probably well over 1,500 network pharmacies, possibly more than 2,000 around the country, and you'll get full cover. You may prefer your community pharmacy in your suburb, but there will be a co-payment there of 20%, and that's your choice. Finally, I don't know what they're referring to about deals between schemes or administrators and corporate pharmacies on acute medicines. There's a single exit price, and medical schemes are obliged to pay that single exit price and not below it for any medication, acute or chronic. So I'm not aware of that.
Thank you. I just have a few quick short answer questions flowing from the presentation, and then I'll go to, I think, one more that I don't think has been covered. On the first slide, 3.2, right at the bottom there on quality of care.
Yeah.
Can the panel read this statement, or at least those bullets there, as a tacit good faith admission that quality hasn't really been priority in terms of contracting, either within Discovery or industry, I don't know, but obviously you can speak for Discovery.
Yes. I think, in short, it's been, as I said, historically essentially impossible without significant investment ourselves in collecting quality data. And I think this must be true of all schemes and administrators. And as a result, I think going back 3 or 4 years ago, you would have found no elements of quality in our contracting. It's taken us many years to collect the information. We've attempted to do it in a very cooperative way so as not to drive that information underground, which I think was a risk because we have no help from the regulatory environment now pushing the supply of that quality. And now as we've got more data and we're more confident and in a cooperative relationship with the providers, we are moving to include more and more of it into the contracting. And today in our environment, there's a lot of it. It's far from where it needs to be. I'll be the first to admit that, but there is quite a lot of value elements in our contracting.
Okay. But does it mean then that it has been really about price? Because we hear a lot of it.
It does.
Okay. All right.
Price
thanks.
and volume to some extent, yeah.
Okay, thanks. Just a follow-up on the formularies. When you draft the formularies, do you do it at NEPI code level? And if yes, why is it necessary to be that specific for a draft to appear?
Dr. Bengu, to be honest, I'm not totally sure of the answer to that, and I'd like to ask your indulgence to provide you that answer afterwards, probably during the course of today, if that would suit you, or certainly in writing by the end of the week. But I know that we specify formularies at the active ingredient level and at the name of a particular product. So to take an example, if we take an antihypertensive medication or a statin for high cholesterol, you'll be aware that there are originator products in those classes, and there are also multiple generics in those classes. And within the generics, there are often quite wide price variation. Okay. So the typical generic on average will be 20 to 30% below the originator on average, but you'll have within that quite wide variation. And we use the leverage of our formulary to negotiate the single exit prices down with the manufacturers. So every year or two, our pharmacy negotiating team will go to a supplier and say, if you want your statin on the Discover Health formularies, will you agree to drop your single exit price? Now, that benefits the whole market, as you'll understand, but we then need to name that product on the formulary as, for example, XX simvastatin or atorvastatin. And that's the reason for naming the product on the formulary. It drives market share for those suppliers, and they're willing in return to drop the SEP, which benefits every medical scheme member in the country. Okay. But that is the leverage that we are using on behalf of our scheme clients, their members, and the rest of the market.
Okay. Yeah, I think obviously, I mean, when you look at this, the point of interest is whether, if one goes that specific, is there a risk that the one that you have listed is not necessarily the cheapest, which restricts the pharmacists in that sense? That's the one point. The other is, of course, just assurance that there are no, what can I say, financial benefits on a commission type of arrangement that are a result of such negotiations.
Yes. Okay. So firstly, on your first question, there's never only one product on the formulary in a class where there's more than one product available. So to take the same examples I gave of antihypertensives or statins, our formulary would typically contain between 2 and 4 alternatives. Those are not always the lowest price, because what's taken into account is the supply. And sometimes there are suppliers in this country who will give a rock bottom price, but where the pharmacies will tell us that supply is intermittent and not consistent, and those will not be listed on the formulary. So a pharmacist will often have between 2 and 4 choices, and as I said in my presentation, most plans on DHMS and other clients also give the member an alternative, a budget that's similar to the price range of the product, where they can use something off the formulary and have it paid in full. So I think there's plenty of flexibility there. I can assure the panel that there are absolutely no financial flows linked to the formulary, to Discovery Health or any other party in our group. The only leverage is listing on the formulary, which benefits the clients. That's auditable and clear.
Okay, thank you. Now, on the market power question, I want to specifically restrict myself to tariff negotiations. I just want your comment, first of all, that when Discovery sits with Life or Mediclinic or Netcare, I'm deliberately choosing the large ones. When you sit to negotiate tariffs, is that, in your view, a fair fight?
Definitely. I think it definitely is. I believe that those 3 groups are strong for reasons the panel knows well. They have, skilled executives and resources and information and market presence, particularly in certain parts of the country where they may be the only provider. But I believe that Discovery Health is equally strong, and that's as a result, I think, of the information I described earlier, our ability to see these hospital groups in some ways in more detail than they can see themselves, because of our ability to compare them to their competitors and to do sophisticated risk adjustment. I think it's a fair fight because of our leadership over many years in the design of alternative reimbursement. It's a fair fight because our surgical classification tools allow us to look at reference pricing for surgical items and point out to hospitals where they're purchasing more expensively than competitors. And I think the fact that it's a fairly balanced market is borne out in, firstly, what the data will show, which is that we do achieve lower prices and lower cost per event than competitors. And that benefits our scheme clients. So I can't say that that's true for the entire market, and that's not for us to comment on. But I think that an administrator that invests sufficiently in human capital and systems and analytics should be able to achieve countervailing power with hospital groups.
Well,
So can I just make a follow-up? Are these negotiations recorded?
No, Chair, they're not. Certainly they're minuted. We take minutes. They're formally captured in email and in minutes. They're not physically recorded, the meetings.
Can we have access to those minutes?
I don't see why not. Again, I'd like to talk to our lawyers and to the other side. But I think that, if you have the right to subpoena those minutes.
You see, you're talking about those negotiations. I mean, surely we're entitled to have a look at those. There could be no question about that.
I'm not raising any question.
Right.
Yeah, just to be sure, my angle of asking, I'm saying this based on your response so far. I could be wrong in how I read it. My angle of asking is not so much whether Discovery can match the power of the hospitals. I'm asking if the hospitals can match the power of Discovery. And I follow on your immediate response, responding to me here. Is it fair to say data is your most potent weapon in your armamentarium when you go to negotiations with the hospitals?
Dr. Bengu, I think there can be no doubt that if there's any question about asymmetry of power, it won't be can the hospital stand up to Discovery Health. It would be the other way around. But as I said carefully, I believe that it is a balance of power currently. The reason that I say that is that hospitals, firstly, they have a very significant implicit weapon to hold up against medical schemes, which is we will not admit your members. We will insist on cash up front. And more importantly than that, bear in mind we are in a highly competitive market. Our client, Discovery Health Medical Scheme, cannot afford even a day in the beginning of any benefit year when its members there's an outcry that DHMS members can't be admitted to the following hospitals of the following group because there's been a standoff. So there are tremendous constraints that I think create the balance of power. I think that's very clear. In terms of your second question on is the data our most significant weapon, it's certainly historically been a very important weapon. Weapon is a strong word, very important asset. I think over time, a second asset that has certainly emerged in the context of the Discovery Health Medical Scheme is the size of its network plans. KeyCare, the Delta plan, and more recently the Smart plan, which now by their scale make a big impact on a hospital group, whether it's in those networks or left out of those networks. Now that wasn't always the case. In 2006 when DHMS started KeyCare, it had 0 members. And so KeyCare was a non-issue then. Today it has 415,000 members, and it can be a big impact on a hospital group if it gets moved out of that network. And that gives our negotiating team tremendous bargaining power. Are the hospital groups able to stand up to that? Most definitely. I think it's a balance.
The reason that I'm just focusing on data is because we ceased with the question as to how do we level the playing fields if they're not. And that is one possible area. I hope you will see what I mean. Also, just for the benefit of everyone who would like to follow. If I have chest pain and I go to my general practitioner, she sends me to the emergency room. I show up at Mediclinic. The practice team that does emergency room sees me, orders bloods, takes x-rays, sends me to ICU. A cardiologist is called. I go to the theater, the cardiothoracic surgeon, anesthetists attend to me. I'm back, ICU, physiotherapy, general ward. I'm discharged with medicine. Now, this is just this one admission that we're talking about. In 3 months, you will have a complete picture of this database because you will have received the GP's claim, the emergency room claim, the physiotherapist. Now, at that point, what data does the hospital have at that 90 days?
The hospital has its own data, so it will have the hospital admission data and the
which you will also have.
We certainly have. We have more than the hospital has. We have, because the hospital will not have the data from the specialist or the GP, and it may not have the post-discharge hospital medicine data either. But I do believe that hospitals would be fully able to have quite a lot of that information if and when they develop proper electronic medical record systems which integrate. Bear in mind, the specialist works in that hospital. So even though today the specialist sends a claim separate from the hospital, if the specialist was working in the hospital using an electronic claims record system, the hospital will also have a lot of data on the specialist and everything else.
But what we say is that at this point, that's not happening.
It's not the case, but it's within their power to have it.
Okay. Now, surely this scenario on this one admission is further enhanced by the fact that by the end of the year, you admit 2,700. You see 2,700 admissions a day.
Yeah.
Now, that's the number of times you will have the claims by the end of the year.
Yeah.
Significantly consolidating your data.
Yeah.
And then further, as if that's not enough, across 18 schemes. And this, again, is the data that you will use to develop your disease management programs that none of the other service providers have. Yeah. It's the data you will use to do profiling of practices or hospitals. It's the data you use to do medicine management. It's the data you use to develop doctor networks, to develop hospital networks. I'm saying on this go, I'm struggling to hear that it is a fair fight, but I get your points. Maybe that within the data it's probably not a fair fight, but you are obviously making the case for outside of that environment when you are now talking about distribution and stuff.
Yeah, I think, Dr. Benga, I mean, the data is data and networks to an extent are the only assets we have. There are a huge range of assets lined up on the other side, which is these massive drivers of utilization that we've attempted to portray to you, geographical monopolies or duopolies in some cases, the very great power of physicians, of doctors, and other suppliers to induce demand. I think the important context in response to you is that we wield those assets as best we can only in the interests of the members of medical schemes and our medical scheme clients. They reduce claims costs and therefore premiums. Indirectly, we benefit by the growth of those schemes, but that's the only way we benefit. So if the schemes are not benefiting, we're not. We don't get any share in savings from claims or any other benefit from using that. We're doing the best we can, in a sense, with hands tied behind our back because of open enrollment, adverse selection, and everything else. I believe that we're doing a good job for our scheme clients, which is what they pay for.
No, indeed. I think that's the point, that it's a question of balancing the side, as you quite rightly said, the hospitals themselves, we will need to understand what their strengths are in relation to this and hopefully arrive at a decision or rather at a recommendation along those lines. I just want to move on to vitality. You have already alluded to vitality. We have seen or read about questions whether vitality is a wellness product or it's a loyalty program. Does it matter? What's the difference? Is there a difference? Does it matter? And if there is a difference, where would you say vitality fits?
There's no doubt in our minds that it was always designed as an incentive-based wellness program. It's based on hard science. Its results are peer-reviewed and edited and published in journals, as I've said. People really only get rewards not for buying the product, which is what I think a loyalty program is. If you have a card from Woolworths or a card from Edgar's or many others and you spend, or South African Airlines, and you spend, you get money back or you get benefits. That's a loyalty program. In Vitality, you pay a monthly premium and you only get rewards if you exercise or if you eat well or if you go for health checks and if you do things that improve your health. And the more you do of that, the more reward you get. So in our minds, there is no doubt that it's a wellness program. It has some side effects of improving loyalty. People are engaged with the program, large numbers, they get benefit, they get healthier, and as a result, they prefer not to lapse from their Discovery products. But that was never its design, nor its primary intention, and it remains today. It is, I think it's regarded globally as one of the world's leading science-based wellness programs. It's being implemented by life insurers, the top biggest life insurers in China, in 17 Asian countries, in the United States, in 7 European countries, and in Canada, by the larger, and the UK, by the largest insurers in partnership with us because of the evidence base of how it works.
No, indeed. For what it's worth, I also regard it as one of our better exports. But is there another hurdle, though? Is it not about just exercising? Let me be more direct. If I exercise as I'm required to, using my Samsung and the Gear Fit, am I able to have my data synced automatically on the Vitality program as I expected to?
Yes, you are, automatically. So I think it's, the Vitality program is able to receive data from a very wide number of devices, but both watches, Fitbits, and various others. So there's a large number. It used to be only the gym. Then it moved to heart rate monitors for people, but the technology has moved so fast that today people can exercise in any way they choose, and have the data synced. Equally, today you can swipe your card at a yoga class or a dance class all over the country and get the points as well.
Dr. Bloomberg, I'm asking specifically about Samsung because as a member, I ran tens of kilometers. That never made your system. I lost those. Now, as a client, I wanted to double check this because I do not find Samsung as an option. Now, there are a few, but none of them are very much cell phone linked, as far as I can tell. I could be wrong. But the issue is this. When the time to upgrade came, because I wanted to go gold, I had to look at what was in the Vitality app. And that made me change from Samsung. Now, is that the intention? That I will be recognized for my runs only if I use a specific type of product?
Not at all. Not at all. I wish the officials of Apple in California could hear you talking. I think they'd be impressed. Dr. Bengu, really not at all. We are making intense efforts in the Vitality program to accept as wide a range of devices as possible. There are physical, technical constraints. So we've picked one integrating software provider globally. And as the different suppliers are able to integrate with that, they are coming on board. So I can't sit here and tell you exactly which devices are and are not compatible, but the aspiration, I think you would accept, is that we would like every client, no matter what device they choose to purchase for their own reasons, to be able to record their activity. Some cell phones on their own currently, so just step counters, pedometers, Fitbits, Garmin's, various others. There are some technical issues, but that's the only intention, is to make sure that they're technically compatible and that the data is accurate. You'd be surprised, but we have increasing evidence of how people game the system. So we have members who put their Fitbit on their dog, and that's how they get their points. Or we were told that people who put it on a fan and it spins around and they get steps. So ultimately, we need accurate heart rate data if people are serious.
No, I would hope so, because I maintain, I still can't see Samsung. And naturally, I mean, if that is the case, I could be wrong. But if that is the case, the natural question is why would that be the case? Because the next questions are quite obvious. Is it a question that your relationship with Apple, does it exclude the competitor which just happens to have the most popular cell phone operating system globally?
It does not.
Okay, fine. Let me just complete my thinking, because if that is the case, then we're dealing with unfairness on my part. I'm exercising. Of course, I benefit from health-wise, but I'm not. I mean, the issue of that it's done in the benefit of members, that one falls away. Now, why the other one would be more important is because the question we need to ask: are we at a situation where, because of the power of discovery in the market and size, are we in the dangerous area where we now getting channeled to specific products? And if that's the case, the next question, why? Is there financial benefit? And if there is, where does it go? So I'm hoping that I've got this wrong, but you can see why in the following focus submissions, hearings, we would like to get a clearer sense. And it's a question that could very easily be answered if it just turns out that actually Samsung is there.
Yeah. So I should be clear. I'm not involved in the operations of Vitality day-to-day at all. I'm not completely up to speed with, as of today, which devices are not compatible and are captured for points. I can tell you without fear of contradiction that the aspiration is that every valid device that provides accurate heart rate and exercise data, we would like to incorporate. We would have no reason to exclude thousands of Vitality members who are wearing any kind of device from being able to participate.
Okay. No, thank you very much, Judge. That's all.
Dr. Bromberg, you have repeatedly used the word complex and difficult, and your colleague too has used those words. Now, I'm just curious to know, you are aware that the product that you're offering is complex. Is that right?
Yes.
Yeah. And you also understand the implications of offering a product which you know to be complex, and that is, people are most likely not to understand what's being offered. Is it right?
I think yes, subject to the qualification I made earlier, which is we do make intense efforts to provide information and empower brokers to act as agents for potential members and current members.
Now, you add to that complexity the prescribed minimum benefits, which you said they force a complex system on the consumers. Now, the technology has not advanced to a stage where it can translate a nodding into a yes or no. So if you would just put that for the record.
Yes, certainly.
Yeah, okay, better. Now, how does one make sure that your product is simplified so that an ordinary person understands what he or she is being offered and can then make a decision whether or not to accept the offer? Because my concern is that if you're offering something to individual which is complex, how do you expect the individual who's being offered the product to understand the full ramifications of what's being offered?
Chair, I did explain and the fact that there are constraints on medical schemes in the ability to simplify products. So I think if you ask the trustees and the principal officer tomorrow whether they would prefer the products to be simpler, I would predict that they would unequivocally say yes, because it would make everybody's life easier. And from the administrator's point of view, if we could make the products simpler than they are, we would unequivocally choose to do so, because we wouldn't get 35,000 calls a day and incur all the cost of assisting members. The problem is that there are a wide range of member needs. I think I did explain that in the presentation. DHMS has 2.7 million members, 1.3 million families that occupy the full spectrum of income, health needs and preferences. Secondly, as you yourself pointed out, the PMBs impose a significant amount of complexity, and the competitive market is a third level of complexity. And I believe that the DHMS products today, I do not believe that there are simplifications that we've omitted, or that we could find radically simpler benefit designs than we currently have, given those constraints in the market. And therefore, the only remedies available to us are provide maximum possible information, which I believe we try to do, and empower brokers maximally, as we try to do, to inform and support their clients, and be available as we are whenever clients need us to explain and to assist them in navigating through the system.
Yeah. What was the motivation behind the setting up of Discovery Health?
Chair, Discovery Health was set up in 1992, before the passage of the Medical Schemes Act in 2000. And the legislation prevailing at that time allowed health insurers to be for-profit, to operate in the same way as a short-term insurance company or life insurance company. And so, although I was personally not around at the time it was established, it was set up as a for-profit health insurance company. And that was, I guess, the intention was to establish a business to provide innovative, attractive products for customers and to build a profitable business.
You play the role of being a managed care organization as well as an administrator. Is that right?
Yes.
Yeah. Now, from what you've told us, the aim of a managed care is to control medical schemes' claim costs by reducing prices and volumes of services where possible, without compromising the quality of care. Is that right?
Yes, that's right.
And how do you control claims cost?
Chair, we obviously have provided extensive detail on that in the submission. One element of that is price negotiation where possible, as we've discussed today, particularly with hospitals and pathology groups. The second element is trying to control as best we can utilization. And that would be, for example, through the development of clinical protocols that govern admissions to hospital, the use of medicine through formularies, peer review, so profiling hospitals against each other and negotiating for the most efficient hospitals to participate in networks, profiling doctors and approaching those who are extreme outliers to their peers and working with them to bring them in line. Fraud management is a big part of what we do as well.
Yeah. If I can just stop you there for the moment. Now, that information where you profile hospitals, you profile doctors, do you make that information available to your members?
At this point, Chair, we provide certain information to members. I did mention the survey of hospital experience by members we make available to them.
No. I understand that.
Yes.
The information that you've just referred to.
No, we do not.
Why not?
I believe, firstly, that doctors would not cooperate with us in working on the profiles if they knew that this was going to be broadly available to the public.
But is that information not vital to your members in making informed decisions as to where to get admitted, where to get healthcare services?
I think that it certainly is important information. I think that if in the regulatory environment created an environment in which all doctors and all hospitals were cooperating with medical schemes and administrators to share and collaborate on that data and making it published, it would be very productive. We have taken the lead in publishing whatever we can. And we are, as I said earlier, are going to start publishing the outcomes of the outcomes of hospital admissions very shortly.
I think that is laudable. But the real concern is when you profile hospitals, when you profile doctors, information that's vital to your members or the members of the schemes that you administer, for them to make an informed decision as to where to get treatment or where to source healthcare services. That's the information that you withhold from your members because of fear of doctors and hospitals not cooperating with you in future.
And I think that fear is legitimate in the sense that cooperation is required for quality improvement efforts. And globally, if you look at major institutions in the US and Europe.
I understand the rationale for that, and I think you've made the point.
Yeah.
But because of that, you would be prepared. Well, let me put it this way. Does that not compromise the interest of the members?
Chair, I think it's a difficult trade-off. We cite in our submission, I don't have the page reference for you, several, I think 6 or so major academic articles that show that notwithstanding providing detailed price and quality data to consumers all around the world, they have precious little impact on consumers' choice of where to go. So,
but surely the explanation that you're giving now is not the reason why you're not providing the information, right?
Chair, I'm saying I think that we have to weigh up this balance. I would say that if we could be in an environment where hospitals and doctors were comfortable that they would cooperate with us on quality improvement and we could make all of this public, we would be the first to do so. In the absence of that, making it public and creating significant conflict with the providers would compromise real-world quality improvement issues with uncertain benefit at the individual customer level. That's kind of the trade-offs we're trying to make today.
I understand. Now, a number of stakeholders who've come to make oral presentations have impressed on us to view healthcare services not as a commercial commodity, but as a public good. What's your views on that?
Chair, it's a difficult question. I think it depends entirely on the prevailing societal values. In the United Kingdom, the National Health Service, which is tax funded, provides an outstanding service to all citizens, essentially free at point of service. We have a history of a mixed public and private system, and I personally see no problem in a commercial healthcare system, provided that consumers are not exploited and provided that quality of care is not compromised. And I think, if you look at a doctor's practice or a hospital service, those all have an element of profit in them, wherever you are in the world. So I think it may be, difficult to distinguish between what is truly commercial and what is truly a public good.
Let me see whether I can perhaps help you. I mean, there is a difference, between this country and the UK, perhaps. That has to do with what our values are. Section 27 of the Constitution, Section 27(1), makes healthcare services a constitutional right, which is not just limited to citizens, but it simply says everyone has a right of access to healthcare services. And apart from that, it is an international human rights as enshrined in the International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights. Now, and based on that, what these stakeholders are suggesting to us is that different considerations should therefore apply in the way we view this, because it's one of the foundational values of this country, which is founded on fundamental human rights, as well as which includes social and economic rights.
Chair, my response to that, and again, I think there is opinion and values in this. My response to that would be that Section 27 of the Constitution imposes an obligation on the state to meet those requirements. All of us as citizens have obligations to pay taxes. We believe that the private sector has an obligation to support the state in meeting its constitutional obligations, but we also believe that the same Constitution provides the rights to corporations and individuals to enter into commercial ventures that fill gaps in the market where the state is not necessarily providing all services. And a similar argument could be made for private education, for private security, for private housing, for virtually any service which the state has an obligation to provide, but where a private market is arising to fulfill gaps in the delivery from the state. And we do not see healthcare as very different to education in that respect.
So is it Discovery's position that they are not subject to the Constitution, to the constitutional right of access to healthcare?
Not at all, Chair, and I apologize if I gave that impression. I did try to say that it's in principle primarily the state's obligation, but we believe we and the private sector have an obligation to support the state, and we're certainly subject to the Constitution.
And then, but then what do you then say about the view that we need to look at this as a public good? It's different from selling parts of a motor vehicle. It's a matter of life or death sometimes.
Yes, so I certainly agree that it's different from selling motor vehicle parts. Consumers need to be treated with much greater sensitivity and care. And I think all parts of the health economy, public and private, should be working together to support the state and to ensure that all citizens have access to adequate health care to meet their needs. I have no doubt that that is part of our obligation.
Is Discovery's position, therefore, are you suggesting that you just view healthcare services as an ordinary commodity, where the obligation to provide for those services rests primarily on the state, and yourself playing just a supporting role?
Chair, I'm going to ask my colleague, Dr. Nsaluba, to add, but I did not and I would not want to create the impression that healthcare is an ordinary commodity. It's a unique commodity because it's a matter of life and death, as you said, but also because of the asymmetry of information that is inherent in healthcare environments. So it is not a commodity. I think we occupy a unique position in the information and understanding we have, and we do need and try our best to provide a very strong supporting role, but I do believe we are not the primary actors in guaranteeing access to ordinary citizens for their healthcare. I do believe the state has the primary obligation for that, and I believe the state would agree with that interpretation.
I'm not sure that it will. If one of the obligations of the state is to adopt legislative and other measures to ensure access to healthcare services, which would include, among other things, regulating the provision of healthcare services.
Yes,
not just by the state, but
by private providers.
Precisely.
I completely agree with that.
Okay.
Can I just add, Judge? Just to say that, maybe just to take on the last point that Johnny was making, is that I think our understanding would clearly be that Section 27 is in fact represents and reflects a pact that all of us South Africans have entered into, expressed in the Constitution. So that would be the starting point. The second point would be that in achieving the objectives of Section 27, that there would be, or the current reality of South Africa is that in order to achieve Section 27, we would have to look at essentially a system that has got two components, the public and the private component. And that the state has a responsibility to make sure that it orchestrates, in a sense, as a regulator, as a lawmaker, as essentially the party that has to define the bounds of public policy, to make sure that it structures an environment where these two sectors, as they interact, lead to that end objective of making sure that what is required in Section 27. I think essentially that would be our view, and that the way the private sector would then play in that environment as part of helping attain the objectives of Section 27, we would see that the state would have also a very big role in defining and helping frame the way the private sector should operate in that environment. I think that would be essentially the way we would look at it.
Yes, I think you're quite correct. I mean, that's what the others have told us, namely that the state has to create an environment in which these services are available. Okay. It may not obstruct access to those services, but at the same time, it has to facilitate access to those services, whether they are provided by public institutions or private institutions. That's its obligation. You accept that. Now, if one accept that as being the fundamental value that underlies this country, does that change the way one look at these matters?
Chair, I think it does. I think it defines significant moral and other obligations on private business, both medical schemes, be they not-for-profit, and administrators, doctors and hospitals, to do their utmost best to be supportive of achieving the objectives of universal coverage and adequate healthcare access and quality for all citizens in the country.
You employ about 500 professionals. I take it there are also medical practitioners there?
There are some medical practitioners.
Specialists included?
Very few specialists, maybe 2 or 3, but yeah.
And what is their role within the organization?
They act as medical advisors. They help design some of the quality and managed care programs, right, and so on.
Yeah, because one of the complaints that we had, one of the submissions made to us is that the decision on what the appropriate care is and what to charge for that is made by individuals who are not qualified, in the sense that they are not health professionals.
No, that is not true in our case.
You would dispute that?
Dispute that firmly.
So the role of these professionals is to assess the claims, the kind of treatment that's being offered, in order to ensure that it's appropriate in the circumstances?
It's to design the programs and the protocols up front, to support all levels of claims assessment. So some claims would initially be assessed automatically by a system, some by nurses, some medicine claims by pharmacists, and any claims that are not satisfactorily resolved are escalated, are ultimately reviewed by doctors as well.
I understand that, but I'm just concerned about what's their role in relation to claims.
It's both to design protocols and review claims, and I should add that we refer many complex matters and protocols to external specialists for their advice as well.
And you do so in accordance with your duties to ensure that you control claims cost.
Correct.
Now, but that does lead to some delays, doesn't it?
Very seldom are there any delays, and whenever there's any urgency of treatment, our advice is always to the doctor, proceed with the treatment with due speed. If there's a problem with this, if it's an emergency, there should never be any delay, and we will never stand in the way of a true emergency. And you know, the most delay there will ever be is for elective admissions to surgery where we're investigating potential non-disclosure or other issues which may take up to 1 or 2 days.
Yes. Do medical practitioners know this?
You know, most of the time I'd like to think they do. When they're dealing with a particular situation, they may feel frustrated with us, and we acknowledge that that can be the case.
Well, because you made the statement, you know, earlier on in your presentation that bad publicity due to misunderstanding. Is that what you're referring to, amongst other things?
I think that can be a consequence.
Okay. Now, as I understand your position, you accept that the expenditure and the cost on healthcare services are high, whatever that means. Is that your position?
You know, as I said earlier, Chair, we do not believe that the absolute level of prices is out of line with global standards. We are concerned with the high rate of inflation of those prices and with the drivers of those.
So you do not believe that they are high? Is that your position?
Chair, I think I do not believe that they're drastically out of line with global standards.
But leave aside the comparison. Because one of the rationale that prompted the inquiry was an observed increase in expenditure so far as the health services are concerned. So the question really is whether, do you share that?
We share great concern about the rate of increase,
Right.
but also we share the concern that ordinary consumers feel
Yeah.
that medical scheme premiums are consuming a higher share every year of their disposable income.
Yeah. And then the slide that you presented, I think it's no, the first one, the very first one.
The first slide?
The very first one. Yeah, there. And your position is that fundamentally it is utilization that drives the cost. Is that right?
Yes.
Yeah. Now, what drives the utilizations? You mentioned, among other things, it's the selection. Is it
Adverse selection.
adverse
yes.
selection?
Yes.
Yeah. What else?
And certain the rising chronic burden of disease, and then we mentioned supply side factors such as new drugs, new technology,
Yeah.
new hospitals, supply induced demand.
You also mentioned, among other things, errors,
Errors and waste, certainly.
duplication of services,
Yes.
overtreatment.
Yes.
Yeah. Are there any other probable explanations for this increase other than utilization?
Chair, honestly, not that we're aware of. I think that we've shown the contribution of price, and our data is, as best as we can see, that's our best scientific interpretation of our data.
I just want you to clarify one aspect of your presentation. You made reference to the incentives that doctors might have, as well as the incentives that hospital managers might have in increasing the rate of admissions?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Would that also contribute towards the escalation of prices?
Yes, but it would reflect in higher utilization.
Yeah.
It would manifest as increased consumption of services.
Yes.
So it's one of the drivers of high utilization.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah. If you would just bear with me.
I'm going to ask your indulgence. I need to leave for 1 sec. I'll be back. Emil can handle in my absence.
No, at the time the question was going to be directed to you. One of the statements that was made here in relation to hospital, I can't seem to find the reference. I had thought that I had tagged it, but unfortunately I can't find that momentarily. Okay, maybe if you could just bear with me, because I think it's quite important. In the section that deals with hospitals, in your main submission, the following statement is made in paragraph 235. This section is not a comprehensive analysis of the private hospital market in South Africa. It summarizes DH's view on the key features of the market which impact on hospital price and trends. What are we to understand by that statement?
I think there's, and it relates also to Dr. Bengu's questions earlier. We do have a lot of data, but we don't have all the data. So, for instance, we don't see from hospitals' perspective what their costs are relative to the tariffs that they charge. And from that perspective, I think this analysis can never be comprehensive from us. We see a wide range of data across the different hospitals, but not everything.
So for this particular section to be complete, you would have to have additional data.
That's right.
Yeah. And does that have an impact also in relation to some of the slides that you presented today?
Well, I think that it does on some, and it doesn't on others. So, for instance, the slide that we show on medical inflation, it's very easy. There's two components that are very definitely known. The one is what the tariff increase is. The other one is what the per life per month claims increase is for members covered by us. The question is what's in between. How do you divide the data in between them, and what do you attribute that to? So those 2 points are very well known because it's the PLPM costs are audited. It's in our financials. It's basically the money in the bank account and what's left at the end of the year. And the tariffs are the agreed tariffs that we have with the doctors. So the PLPM cost increases and the explanation of utilization relating to that, there are very definite methods that we can share with you, and which Professor Fon has asked as well, that we will explain in detail how we divide those different elements.
Do you have designated service providers?
Yes.
Yeah. How do you choose them?
So there's a variety of ways to choose them, because the designated service providers also, they play out differently in different sectors of the market. So for doctors, designated service provider networks are set up, for instance, for the doctors that agree to the tariffs that we set for different products. So that's the doctor's choice, whether they would be willing to charge that tariff, and then they become part of the designated service provider network. There's other doctor networks that relate also to how doctors treat their patients. So premier practice networks relate to doctors agreeing that they will not only look at, for instance, claims data or treatment, but they'll also look at wellness initiatives. For hospitals, it plays out differently. So there again, there's networks that are selected, which is a smaller number of hospitals that's selected on the basis of both cost and quality, and that members then say that if I live in Pretoria, I'm happy to go to this hospital always and not have freedom of choice of hospitals. In return for that, I get a premium discount. So the networks do play out differently depending on what sector you're looking at.
And presumably, if the doctor is not willing to accept your rate, he's out.
If the doctor's not willing to accept our rate, then basically the way that it works is that he can charge whatever he wants to, but the member will then face a co-payment.
Yeah. And there's no room for any negotiation between you and the doctor to try and, pay the doctor what he or she wants.
We cannot negotiate individually with all the doctors in the market.
Now, Dr. Bromback, you made reference to, some of the flaws in the presentation made by, the OECD, and that you're working on a submission. Do you have a sense of when we can get that?
A week or two.
Within 2 weeks at the most, hopefully sooner than that.
Yeah, but do you have all the data that you require for?
We have a fair bit. There is one international study that we've seen that we think the panel would find extremely compelling.
Yeah.
We are waiting to secure permission from the organization that conducted that study to release the data.
Yeah.
So that's really the main constraint.
But insofar as the basis of the study by the OECD is concerned, do you have access to the information that you need for you to interrogate that submission?
I believe we do. I believe we do.
Sorry, we don't have access to all the information, the OECD, because remember that contains data from other parties in the industry as well. Yeah. So that we don't have.
So when you say 2 weeks, give me the date.
We will do our level best to have it with you before a week from this coming Friday. The only constraint, but we perhaps could separate that out, is whether we can get the release of this additional data from this organization. If not, we will submit by that date, without that data, and then submit the additional data later.
I suppose if there are any constraint, or if there are any challenges that you're facing, you would draw those to the attention of the technical team, and they will be brought to our attention.
We'll do so.
Yes, very well. Now, we have regrettably come to the end of your presentation. Is there anything that you had set out to say, but which questions simply did not permit you to say that?
Chair, no. We're deeply grateful for this
Yes.
opportunity, but
Yeah.
we hope to cover other important issues at subsequent hearings.
Yes. Do you have anything to say?
From my side also not. Thank you very much.
Dr. Nsalova?
No, thanks, Chair.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Thanks for the opportunity.
Yes, indeed. Yes, we would hope that once we've cleared all of these preliminary matters, we can then go deeper into comparative dynamics. And we're very grateful indeed that you're able to make time and make the presentation to us. And thank you so much in particular for your generosity in overstaying your limit here. As I pointed out this morning, these things do have a tendency to get out of control. They require a managed care organization. You understand that. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Is Metropolitan here? Yes. And the other organization? Yes. Okay. The presenters for this afternoon, are they here? All of you? Yeah. Okay. Okay. We are minded to take a lunch break at this stage. It's now 1:30 for 30 minutes and come back at 2 o'clock. Would that be convenient for you? Yes? Okay, very well. We will take the lunch break and we'll come back at 2 o'clock. Thank you.